What's going on, everyone? This is Blazt The Speakerz, and welcome to Fight Talk. Today we'll be discussing Street Fighter V and its impact on Street Fighter history. With me today, I have BloodTide in the background. The utility man unfortunately couldn't make it out tonight. Uh, had a previous engagement, so I hope my man's doing all right and all is good. Um, Otherwise, let's try and get the show on the road today. Hopefully, we'll get another person joining us. Maybe Red Six will join us today. So, uh, but with me, I've got my man BloodTide. What's going on, brother?
Yo, what's going on?
You doing okay?
I'm doing good, man. How about yourself?
Not too bad. I complain, but nobody ever listens to me.
Yeah, I mean, that's life.
I am going to. I think we should make it more of a since I'm thinking we're going to do more of a podcast today. But before I close off, I did want to reveal this bad boy for anybody that has not seen it. This is from an official Street Fighter V tournament. You can get this PlayStation faceplate only if you win a Street Fighter V tournament. So just want everybody to check this thing out. It's pretty cool. Yes, I did get it signed by Yoshirina Ono, who was there. And that was in 2017 at New York Comic Con. And then I do have this sketch by Long Vo that was done by the Udon artist Long Vo. So again, this is from an official Street Fighter V tournament that goes onto your PlayStation 4 faceplate. The prize was a PlayStation 4. So if you're wondering why do I have one of these, is because I actually placed second. I didn't place first. I would have. I was pretty close, but I ended up losing. However, it's a long story. This was actually sent to me, which is pretty cool. The guy felt like I earned it and deserved it. So, yeah, long story short, I ended up getting this bad boy, which is really cool. So yeah, I'm one of the first people who got to play Street Fighter V before it was released. So I just wanted to throw that out there. I thought this thing's pretty cool for anybody that has not seen it. So, what do you think, Mr. Tides? Pretty cool? You all right there?
Yeah, it's pretty good. No, I was just letting you have your moment, man.
No, it's just showing off a little bit. I got my TE stick in the background too. I was thinking maybe to show it off later too. But yeah. Some cool stuff, actually. I don't know if you know this, and let me give me a second. I'll show off the TE stick just real quick and show you guys what it looked like before. And give you the comparison to I guess what I would refer to as a prototype, because let me just show you guys. So this bad boy, yes, I did get it sketched and signed by the same guys. But if you notice, I got a lot of custom stuff, but these come with white buttons. And when I first played it in the tournament, all the buttons were actually around, I would say this color, like a dark gray or a black, which was pretty cool. And this border was a dark gray as well. It wasn't red like that. Now, BloodTide recognizes this because we did this at Summer Jam, where we got Sanwa installed, and we got this color and this ball, which was in white originally, which actually still comes in white. And when I played it back then at that tournament, it was also in white. So I just wanted to throw that stuff out there.
I think those last two buttons look still like the default buttons, because the original Street Fighter V TE2 sticks, they had the six first buttons were white with the white collar, and then the back two buttons were like a charcoal with a black collar. It looks like the back two buttons are still the original buttons that came in the TE2.
That's kind of the colors that were on the original stick when I played the prototype.
Yeah. Yeah, and it was a white ball top.
Yeah, it was definitely a white ball top, so I believe that was the setup. But
the only thing we changed was the six buttons and the ball top.
Yeah. just wanted to share it before I went dark. And the reason why I'm also going dark is because today we're going to do some highlights and characters that will probably go over my camera anyway. So, because it's just me and BloodTide today for the most part. So, this way you guys get to see the artwork and things like that as we're discussing it. So, how don't we start off with Street Fighter 5? Last week we did Street Fighter 4 and we discussed that. Street Fighter 5 was pretty big. I mean, like my first initial reaction when I got to check it out was at that New York Comic Con tournament. That was the first time I had ever seen it, and I got to play it. And although I would love to continue talking about that experience, we really should get the show on the road. What was your first time, BloodTide?
Well, playing Street Fighter 5? I was in one of the betas.
So you got the beta like
I think I got into the last. I think again, like just like they did with 6 here. I think they did 3 betas. Only I don't think they ever did an open beta in 5. I think they were all closed betas. But yeah, the first time I ever played 5 was in one of the betas, and it was very, very shortly before the game released.
I think they had. I'm pretty sure they were open betas for whatever reason.
I think they were. Okay, so I think how it worked for those, if I remember right, I think you actually had to have pre-purchased the game to get into the betas. I think is what it was. I don't know if it was an open beta, like it's just a straight open beta, like they just did with 6. Hey, correct me if I'm wrong. I could be wrong, but for some reason that just. We're talking over 7 years ago now. It's so wild to think back.
Yeah, it's a long time. Well, my initial reaction, I thought the game looked pretty cool. The graphics were a step up from 4. You know.
Yeah, the gameplay changed drastically throughout the betas too, up until release. Actually, the one of the main actual gripes about the game when it released was that it was so watered down compared to what it was in the betas. The betas, it was pretty loose and free. Like there was combos and things that were really fun and interesting and cool. But by the time the game released, they toned a lot of it down, and it was very well structured, and everything was designed to work one way or another. There was no breaking that cycle, you know.
That's what I heard too. I mean, I heard that they made it more simplified, and they did it with good reason to try and get people to adjust. But I'll be honest, I felt like there was a learning curve with this game. I felt like it had a lot of variety, and it's not a bad thing per se. It's just like, you know, me as a Ken player, for example, I had to learn how to play Ken. With Ryu, yeah, I was able to pick him up. In fact, when I played that tournament, that's who I used. But like, you know, I can't say that this character came from this game to this game and they were the same. No. Like Ken was completely different from Street Fighter 4, for example. You know what I mean?
That was the one thing that they went out of their way to do in 5, right? Any character that was a returning character in 5, they went out of the way to kind of rebirth that character in a sense, that where it was still that character, but like the design and the way you played them felt vastly different yet still similar, you know. And like characters like Ken, that definitely showed. You know, Ryu was still kind of, you know, but Ken was definitely like a character that, you know, they kind of went out of their way to change things up a bit.
That's true. But other than that, I mean, graphics were solid. I liked what they did with the promo. And then one other big thing was that
graphics it was just definitely an upgrade.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. But it was only exclusive to PlayStation and PC. There was no Xbox release.
Okay, well, that's because
You want to take that one? Go ahead.
well, it's because basically Street Fighter V wouldn't have happened if Sony didn't basically fund the majority of it.
Yep.
So yeah, Capcom did have a little bit in it, but like Sony practically funded the majority of that game, and which made it a lifetime exclusive to Sony or PC. They couldn't really stop them from putting it out on PC, right? But they could say like, we got exclusivity, for consoles, and they stuck to that through its entire lifespan, which hurt a lot of people, man, because you got to understand that like Street Fighter 4, the majority of the lifespan of Street Fighter 4, like the definitive edition was on Xbox, right? If you were anybody that played that game like competitively, or just wanted to play with anybody that did play competitively, you better be on an Xbox, because there was no cross platform and nobody played it really much on PC and nobody played it on PlayStation. They did, but they were just the casuals. But like the real pros and people that really, really played that game were all on 360.
I'm wondering if that actually in the beginning hurt them a lot.
Oh, I'm sure it did.
Yeah, because a lot of people were probably like, "What? I gotta go buy a PlayStation just to play this game? Screw that!"
Yeah,
Yeah,
and it definitely was kind of a kick in the teeth to all the people that's been playing Street Fighter all this time on their Xboxes. And it was like, screw that,
I myself have always been more of a PlayStation guy, so I've owned the PlayStations. I don't have Xboxes, so I can understand from that perspective that I'm lucky.
I have a Series X,
Yeah,
and this is the first Xbox I've ever owned. And it wasn't even for me; it's for one of my kids. So
it's just
I've always had PlayStations or a PC.
Same, yeah. I mean, if it was in reverse, I don't know if I would have actually gotten an Xbox, or just so that I could play this one game per se. You know what I mean?
But I mean, come on, PC Master Race, right? Like this whole concept between going from Street Fighter 4 to Street Fighter 5, and then like jumping from one console to another, never affected me.
Okay.
Because like I always played, like even Street Fighter 4, I primarily played it whenever I did play it. I didn't play it a whole lot, but what I did play of it, I played it on PC. When Street Fighter 5 came out, I had it pre-ordered on PC.
Actually, I ended up having it on the PlayStation 4 first, and then I had it on PC, from what I recall. But actually, my preference is obviously on PC, and you know that.
Yeah, but you wasn't always like that though. I do vaguely remember in like the early days of Street Fighter 5 of us playing together.
Mm-hmm.
You was like you was playing on console.
I was. And that's just
it didn't take long before you was like, screw this, and got the PC version. But
yeah. No, it was night and day difference. I mean, even graphics look better. Nothing to downplay the PlayStation, but come on,
Oh no.
Better hardware.
Okay, so
all that.
Street Fighter 5 ran horribly on PS4 through the entirety of its tournament life. So to give you an example of how bad it was, Street Fighter 4, any kind of like tournament play, what do you call it? The training stage was not allowed. It was banned in any kind of tournament play, because it gave people kind of an upper hand. Usually when they practice and whatever, they use the training stage, and they use the floor patterns to gauge their distances and whatnot, and they didn't want that in tournament, so they banned it, right, in tournament play.
Yep.
Street Fighter 5, because of the fact there were so many stages that couldn't run properly on PS4, they ended up having to say we can only play on training stage. because it was the, the smoothest running stage in the game.
Yeah, that's why to this day, even
It's still to this day,
yeah.
they still do that. Yeah.
That's why even during our tournaments we do that. We run it with the training stage to accommodate the PlayStation users, just so that there is no lag or no issues.
I mean, there's even it was just, to be honest, like the game was poorly optimized. I feel like Street Fighter 6 runs better than Street Fighter 5 did. Like, it's wild, like how much of
Well,
a difference it is.
I do think hardware has a play into that too, because 6 is not on 4. 6 is only on 5, from what I know.
No, it's on 4 as well.
It is? Okay.
Yes.
I take that back then.
Yeah. Yeah, which
I
is,
thought it
is
was only
mind-blowing.
on 5.
No, it's freaking mind-blowing.
How does it run on 6? On 4?
We don't really know 100%, but apparently, like, there's certain options that are not available, like performance ticks that you can check off and on, like either on PC or PS5, that are not available on PS4 because it has to be hard locked to a certain thing to be able to run at a decent rate, right? Yeah. But apparently, like, just the actual you get in game, like round 1 fight runs pretty smooth. It'll run it at 60,
Okay.
So, which just goes to show, like, there was some serious issues with Street Fighter 5's, like, just the way it was coded or whatever. It was not very well optimized.
That's cool. Yeah, I was going to say that's game development in that case. That's up to them.
And but at the same time too, you're talking about Street Fighter 5 was designed on a Unreal Engine, which it's kind of rough, Where like the newer one they did on their own in-house engine. So
when I hear Unreal Engine, I'm always thinking first-person shooter games.
Right? Yeah.
So
it's hard.
So when I heard it for Street Fighter 5, I was like, huh?
Yeah.
Kind of had me questioning it,
scratching your head a little.
Yeah, a little bit, just a little bit. But along came. I mean, it brought back a lot of. I felt like it brought back a lot of the things that were in 4. Like you had your EX moves and stuff. They brought back all of those.
I mean,
which was
that was
cool.
that was a mainstay since like the middle of the Street Fighter 3 series.
I was going to say Street Fighter 3.
Once they introduced the EX moves and such, like they never left.
No, and they're in 6 as well, which is a good thing, I think.
Yep.
Like, I was just gonna say, like, I feel like that's a norm that they should keep doing, and then going into the next thing, unless there was something else you wanted to add on for the EX moves. I was just gonna start talking about V trigger and
the new
mechanics. Okay.
Yeah. This is Street Fighter's bread and butter, right?
Yeah.
Every game has a new system and a new way to play it. It's just the way it's been. You go from Street Fighter 2 to Street Fighter 3. Street Fighter 3 started adding parries, selectable supers, things like that. Which there wasn't a whole lot of like mechanical changes in 3, but there was the parry was game changing. Like it completely changed the way that game was played. Period.
For 3, oh yeah,
yeah.
But I like how it carried over into 5. Like in 4, there was no parry system, but in 5, like Ryu had a parry, but obviously it's limited. And so did Akuma, but we'll get to that during the character talks.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like Street Fighter 4 introduced the focus attack, which was kind of a parry. It could be used as a parry. You could use it to just take gray damage. If you're trying to get in on somebody, deflect fireballs and whatnot.
True.
Now, then in Street Fighter, so the one thing that they started in 4 and continued in 5 that kind of like the main like hardcore player base wasn't a huge fan of was comeback mechanics, right? Street Fighter 4 had ultras, which was a revenge meter essentially that only charged when you took damage, right? Street Fighter 5 had the same thing. All right, the V system, you had the V bar that was above your super bar, depending on what V trigger you had. Well, in the beginning, everybody
There's
only
only
had
one.
one.
Yeah,
There
we'll
was one
get
V
to
skill, one
Yeah.
V trigger, right? And it could be a 2 or a 3 bar V trigger, right? If you took damage, that bar filled, or your V skill, if it whatever it did, if you connected with it or whatever its properties were, if it was used successfully, it would give you, using your V skill would give you V meter for your V trigger. Okay.
Yeah, you can
Outside of
charge it
that,
up that way. Yeah, you
yeah,
can
yeah.
charge it up that way. But
like what's his name? Birdie, right? If he ate a hamburger, threw it on the ground or whatever, somebody stepped on it, gave him a little bit of V meter. Or he could literally just stand back and eat burgers, like not like how he drank the can and rolled it, or the banana that he threw the banana peel down. He could literally just sit there and eat burgers, and it didn't have anything that he put out, and all it did was charge his meter. Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that. I mean, I'd say we save it for when we actually bring him on screen. But
well, I mean, these are just examples of how the V
yeah.
system worked. But again, this was considered a revenge mechanic, you know.
Yes.
So whenever in the beginning, there was only 2 ways you could expend V meter, and that was actually popping your V trigger, or you could do a V reversal, which is essentially an alpha counter that didn't do actual damage; it only did gray damage.
I don't think there was anything else for vanilla.
No, there really isn't.
Really wasn't. I mean, I know you touched upon. Let me actually switch it to arcade.
Everybody had one super.
Yeah, everybody had one super, and the arcade edition introduced 2. That's when, with the V trigger, you can pick which super are you going to use. Are you going to use 1 or 2?
Well, you mean the what V trigger? Yeah, because everybody still only has one super in that game.
Right, but they have,
for the most part, unless you're like a fucking Oni character, you know, be it a Akuma or Kage who gets demons.
Yes, they do have demons, but I meant V trigger wise, like you have different V skills and different V triggers, and arcade edition introduced the second set for every single character.
I'm trying to remember. I think they only released them. I can't remember if V Skill 2 and V Trigger 2 came out at the same time, or if they just released V Trigger 2 and then later on V Skills came out. I don't know why. Like, I'm kind of drawing a blank on that, but I'm pretty sure you're right that they all came out together as a bundle release for arcade edition, where it's like everybody got a second V skill and a second V trigger, and that was just game changing.
Actually, I just looked it up. So to be specific, I was wrong. Arcade edition introduced the second V trigger.
Okay, so I was right.
You would, yeah. So V skill. The V skill was actually, the second V skill was actually introduced in Champion Edition, which we'll get into later on.
Okay. So I thought that they were. I thought they were staggered. I thought they were, like, for some reason that just felt right to me.
So I'm looking on Wikipedia. To be fair, like
no. Hey, you got to do what you got to do.
Right. So, I mean,
there's a lot to cover here, man, and trying to remember all of everything that happened over 7 years is staggering.
I have a cheat sheet. I came prepared. But no, actually that's what it was. So they introduced arcade edition in January 16, 2018 in the United States.
So it was not quite 2 years after the release of Vanilla. To backtrack a smidge, something that we didn't quite cover.
For Vanilla?
In Vanilla, they did release Shadows, the Shadow Falls, which was the cinematic story mode for Street Fighter V that they never did before. So they kind of tried to do that MK route and do an actual cinematic story mode. It was kind of fun to play through once. The story was really wonky.
It was.
It jumped all over the place. Apparently the timeline of that took years, but you don't really feel that in playing through it.
Mm-hmm.
It was their first attempt, you know what I mean? And you got to give them a little bit of credit for trying.
I felt like, and I'm gonna give kudos and respect to Mortal Kombat. I felt like they looked at what Mortal Kombat was doing with the stories, and they were like, "Oh, we should do something like that." So Shadow Falls was cool, and
they don't have the budget Mortal Kombat does though either. Like that's a pretty big difference.
That's true, but I thought I liked the stories in the Mortal Kombat series. And I would hope that they develop the Street Fighter stories more. That's why I'm looking forward to 6 to see what else it has to it.
I really feel like 6 is gonna blow us away with stories.
Oh, we're gonna finally get our hands on
the game. It's gonna be wild.
And then we'll have a fight talk about 6 next. So we'll be having a lot to talk about then. Which will really be cool when we get there. But yeah, story wise, let's see what happens in the future. I mean, just the way the characters look, they look like they evolved in 6, 5, they pretty much certain characters, they did change. Like Ken had a completely different look, which was cool.
Yeah, I like where they were going with Ken in 5. Visually, I do. I just feel like they tried to model him out of clay and it came out wrong. It's
with the banana hair.
Yeah, it's kind of a shame. And his goofy ass face and his giant eyebrow, just looking at him in the versus screen is one thing. Him in motion in the game doesn't look too bad, but him just like staring into your soul with them big ass yellow teeth.
That's what it is. Yeah. That's funny. That's hilarious, though. No, it's true. It's just like that. Okay. Coming back to Arcade Edition. Arcade Edition did have other things that included, aside from, of course, the DLC characters from like Season 1 and Season 2.
Now, okay, so that this was the turnaround point for this game. Okay.
Yes, it was.
At this point, like, nobody really cared much for this game. You had some diehards out there that were just trying to stick it through because on release this game was rough, right? A lot of times the battle lounge didn't even work. They had to. There wasn't like multiple people allowed in a lobby.
Yep.
The first like season of DLC was all right. It just had a bunch of like throwback characters. Season 2 DLC. People were kind of mad about because
they were like, "What do I got to pay for this?"
Well, it's not only that, right? Because this did kind of start that theme that everybody kind of goes by now. Street Fighter V started that with releasing like seasons of characters, right?
They did,
but the Season 2 pass, they went out of their way that it was all new characters that nobody ever heard of. Right, that's where you got
Season 2 did bring out Akuma,
but
yes, they did have like Abigail, Ed, Coleman,
it was Abigail, Ed,
Seppi.
Falk, Manat, all these people that nobody. Who are these people? They're all just like children or students or whatever of other characters that people were probably like, oh, I'd just rather have the main character. There were some gems that really came out of that. Like Manat she's probably still one of the best animated characters in that game, hands down. Like she looks amazing. Like just her animations, everything about her is just spot on. But like nobody was happy with it, right? Now Arcade Edition comes out with Season 3. Now, mind you, when they did Season 2, they did it like, okay, well, they only announced the characters as they were coming out. Whenever Arcade Edition came out and the new season was coming, they just threw up that. Do you want to play that video? Do you have that intro for Arcade Edition? Because before anybody knew who was going to be a DLC character in season 3, they released that video,
You know,
and
we are.
that's what generated so much hype for
Let,
Street Fighter 5 at that point.
let me take it back. Let me actually rewind a bit because I never played the video to
Oh, you want to play the
to the
first one,
first one.
the
Yeah.
initial launch trailer?
Yes. Before I do that, though, I just want to give a quick shout out to Morty. My man Morty's out there. What's going on, man? I haven't seen you in a while. Hope you're doing all right, brother. And then Hikade's out there. What's going on, my man? Thank you for stopping by. So I just want to give a shout out again to Utility Man because he actually put these videos together for us so that we could play them. So I'd like to play the vanilla Street Fighter 4. I feel like there was a shorter version. This is the expanded one that we're about to see. And I'm going to just play it. So like the shorter version did not have Bison coming out like this. I feel like maybe it was, I'm thinking of the beta, but I feel like this one was
you were talking about like the announcement trailer. This was the actual one that was released. Yeah, you're talking about like the announcement trailer was a little bit shorter version of this.
Yes, it didn't have like these scenes that you're seeing.
This
now.
is when the game came out. This is what was in the game. Yeah,
you just see Ryu starting off like this,
right, and a little bit of the stuff with with Nakali, with the V on his face. Yeah,
like this thing with Karen and Birdie was new. Zangief and Mika as well. And the thing
that was super hype, dude. Seeing Mika again, oh my god, that was amazing.
Oh, I thought this was sick. The fact that they brought back Charlie.
Charlie was a big hype moment. I remember before the game came out, they showed this trailer, just this little bit of him getting up out of the thing and showed a bit of the scar on his face, dude.
Yeah,
crowd like they showed that on like a live in-house reveal at like a event or something, and dude, everybody, it was just wild to see the eruption.
And Bison with the white hair, man, like they just going to show like how much time has passed. I thought that was pretty cool having Bison with white hair.
Yeah, no, Bison definitely looks pretty dope with like the older, you know, he's in his 50s now plus, and he's still just a badass, right?
But I like the art style. Like you had the ink blots for 4, and you have this kind of like string effect, if you will, for
like
5.
Streamers, kind of.
Yeah, which is pretty cool. You know, like it has that.
This is very anime, to be honest. This is like very 3D anime. Like it may not look it, but like I think just the way it was animated, the camera angles and everything was much more anime.
I thought that was pretty cool.
Yeah, no, it's absolutely.
And then they showed a glimpse of Evil Ryu, which is what you're seeing now. And it was like, oh, Evil Ryu is going to be in it? And everybody was speculating at that point.
And right there, the biggest letdown
with
of
Nakali?
Street Fighter 5.
Oh, yeah.
Like this character just went nowhere. They made him up to be such
a big thing. Yeah.
He was so mysterious, and he's like this big baddie of this new game, and like nobody knows what he's doing here, where he came from, and he's obviously a bad guy. And all the guy did was lose. Like in the story, like
in the story, he just didn't have much.
He showed up and just got his ass beat over and over and over again until he just didn't exist anymore, and like moved on without him.
We'll get to his story, I suppose. I won't say what I was going to say for it.
Yo, what's up, Mo?
What's going on, Mo? Mario Kart. Who the hell? What? This is Street Fighter, baby.
Over there. He was over there. He was over there playing Smash with his people. Yeah.
This is all Street Fighter. This is all Street Fighter.
He was trying to get me to call in sick and go play Smash with him.
Oh, you wanted to play Smash? Okay, that's what.
No, I don't want to play Smash. I really don't.
Well, you're more of a Street Fighter guy. I know. It's all good. So, I think it's only fair that since we brought up Vanilla's trailer, we should bring up the Arcade Edition, and what I would call is the final trailer, because after Arcade Edition's trailer, it was pretty much the same. They just added on
Yeah, they never made a launch trailer for Champion Edition. So this
Nope.
was the final actual. It's wild. This came out like 2 years after the game released. So even the second trailer that they made is 5 years old now. You know, but you got to understand that like whenever they were announcing Arcade Edition and they were announcing there's going to be a new season of characters, this is what they played, and it's the one thing they've never done up to this point. And they just showed every character that was going to be in the DLC. There was no guest, there was no nothing. Obviously they were coming out in segments like every 3 months or so on and so forth, but it was super hype, man. People loved it
Oh yeah.
because they knew what to expect. They knew what they were buying before it was even available to buy.
And that's how it should be.
Yeah,
Snapple
absolutely.
fact from Code Always Wins. Same director as the Street Fighter 2 movie. I'm not sure. I know the producer is different though. The producer is the same one that produced Street Fighter 4, which is Yoshiri Nono. So my hat tips to that man. And Michael Voltrade saying, I'm glad you guys are doing the series showcasing the history of the franchise. Yeah, we're going down memory lane, working our way up to 6, and then maybe we'll do something afterwards.
We were talking about doing an offshoot,
Yeah.
1-2, for like all the, weird Street Fighter games or Street Fighter Cross games or things like that.
Bro, T-Call was trolling. He said, it's true, Street Fighter 2, the anime he's referring to. But let me go ahead and
there was a Street Fighter V anime series.
Yeah, that's what he's talking about. That's what he's referring to.
Oh, okay. That was like pre-alpha. Like that series was like in like out of high school kind of shit. It's wild.
Yeah, they were like kids. I thought it was cool though. I liked it.
Yeah, it was interesting.
It was a different take, completely different take. But why don't I go ahead and play the arcade edition video that my man Utility Man uploaded for us. So shout out to Utility Man. But I love this scene where Ryu walks into the dojo. It's raining.
Oh, it's like the whole like he's taking a trip down memory lane kind of thing.
Mm-hmm. I thought this was cool. And it's like he's just in his mind. And he's like warped to his mind. I thought that was cool. And then Akuma comes out to face him. I thought that was pretty sick.
Yeah.
Now I don't know about the look. I mean,
and you get to see the lion's mane Akuma.
Yeah. Akuma Matata. But then it's like, and then it's fast forward to Chun-Li putting on makeup.
Now, I want to point out too, like from this point on, everything looks like it's taken place in a studio, like on a stage set.
Yes, it does.
Like, see that? Like how the doors open, like warehouse doors, and it's like just this whole scene that's like laid out for them.
I thought that was pretty cool. It's like, highlighting them, if you will.
Yeah, yeah.
This scene reminded me of like Bloodsport with them training with Jean-Claude.
Right.
Thailand.
Fighting training in the rain. And here, like this was the first time people saw Blanca and Sakura. They didn't even know they were going to be in the game, and they just get this right. They're like, oh man, it was so hype. It was amazing.
And then here comes Minot.
Yeah, like
They were probably like, who's this chick?
No, did Minot come out in season 3? For some reason, I was thinking she came out in season 2.
But
G on the other hand,
season 2.
But G on the other hand, he was the one that people were like, excuse me. Then we had Zeku. People noticed him right away as soon as he did the transformation. They were like, oh, it's Zeku.
Zeku was season 2. G was actually season 3.
Yeah, so G was season 3. Oh, was Zeku season 2?
Yeah, he was.
Oh, yeah, he was the end of season 2. That's right. Yeah. He was the end of season 2.
But what right now you're looking at is like an added-on scene because I think this last portion was added on, if I remember correctly, to that version of it. That's what it was. And then
And yeah, this
Ryu
was the first
faced
time
off with
people saw Sagat was going to be in the season. Matter
Yeah, I
of
thought
fact,
that was cool.
I remember the last two characters that came out in this season was Sagat and G, and they released them on the same day.
Yeah, Sagat came out in season 3.
Yeah, him and G both. They were I believe they were the last two characters to be released in season 3, and they released them both on the same day.
Sakura was the very last one. Before that was Sagat, and before that was G.
Well, Sakura was last, but still, G and Sagat were released on the same day. I remember that because you remember Gonk. Him and I were playing this like crazy at the time. Like he was interested in G, I was interested in Sagat, so I was buying these characters with fight money at the time.
Not sure.
Right? He
Not sure
bought.
if you saw this though. I mean to tell you. Hold on one second. Did you see in the trailer how he had the scar, and he kept the scar when he woke up? Sorry, but you were saying about Gonk that you guys were playing. Go ahead, man. Sorry, I cut you off.
That Hold on one second.
You all right? You doing
Yeah,
okay?
I got kids screaming.
No problem. All right. So while BloodTide is stepping away for a second, I'm going to just say that while for season 1, I'm going to go over the characters that were released. Hold on. No, go ahead. For season 1, Alex was like, want to go over the characters that were released. So season 1,
I think it was Alex and Guile were the first two.
Alex, Guile, Balrog,
the Balrog,
Ibuki, Juri, and Urian. Okay.
Oh, dude, yeah, that was so cool.
That's when he came out. It was on season 1.
Well, no, Juri and Urian, okay, they were actually playable in The Shadows Fall before the characters were released.
Oh, that's right. They were in the story.
Mm-hmm. They were in the story mode, and you could play as each of them had one fight that you could play as them, and people would go in there to try to learn these characters, right? And were just purposefully lose the fight, and so they could just keep retrying over and over again to play around with them and figure out what they did and whatnot before the characters came out. It was pretty cool.
That's true. And then in season 2, they came out with Abigail, Akuma, Ed, Colleen, Minot, and Zeku. I mean, when first one, Abigail, I saw Abigail, I was like, what? This big dude? Who the hell is he? And then I realized he was from the Mad Gear.
He's basically like the opposite of Hugo, in Final Fight,
And then I saw Akuma's new look.
Yeah.
And then Ed, it's like, who's this dude? I mean, we'll get to the characters, but I'll just skim real quick. So season 3 had Blanca, Cody, Falk, G, Sagat, Sakura. Season 4 had Honda, Gil, Kage, Lucia, Poison, Seth. And season 5, which is the final season, had Akira, Dan, 11, Luke, Oro, and then Rose. And we're going to get into all the characters next, but...
So the really interesting thing...
Go ahead.
Seth was supposed to have been the last character released.
Yeah.
Everybody knew that because his V skill, he sucked an ability out of everybody in the cast. So, and everybody knew it because they was like, there's no way this is not the last character, because there's no way they're going to go back and retrofit this character with new V skills, new V skill additions every time they have to add a new character. Well, boy, they were wrong.
Well, I think that they originally were going to stop it there. The whole season 5 thing introduced.
He was supposed to be the last character. He wasn't. Because of unforeseen technicalities with Street Fighter 6, they had to prolong Street Fighter 5 another year.
So because they prolonged it, they imported those characters. Speaking of Luke specifically, really, they imported him into it, and that's where they went with it. But it was cool to see like Dan come back
and not be a joke character. He's joke
really good in that.
But he's a
really
good character. Yeah.
He's really good in that. Oro was an interesting character to see again. I think the only one, but like I saw him in 3, and I don't think he was in any other games. Rose too. I mean, I thought Rose was done for at one point, and to see her back and have the story continue was cool too. But yeah, no, that was there's a lot to that.
If there's a Bison, there's pretty much always going to be a Rose, I believe.
Yeah, because she's like the good side of him, supposedly.
She's all his good intentions that he like expelled from himself to like master the whole concept of psycho power.
Mm-hmm. Now, with Champion Edition, they introduced the whole Capcom Pro Tour content. They had costumes that were expanded. I mean, this place was... They went all crazy, more so with costumes, I would say, in the Champion Edition.
Well, okay, no, not... They did release a good bit. They did release a good bit, but throughout the entire series, they were spitting out costumes left and right. By the time Champion Edition released, it came with like 200 plus skins. Okay. 99% of those were just already in the game. They just gave them to you for upgrading Champion.
Yeah. But you had to... But honestly, I think a lot of those were just cash grabs for the most part when they would release those skins.
Yeah, man. I mean, dude, I'm gonna tell you, skins funded this game probably more than anything.
Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure, because it was like, oh, that's the look. Oh, let me get that look. But what was cool was you had modders and stuff that were making their own skins that you could download for Street Fighter 5. But it would only be local.
So many, like back in the earlier days of Street Fighter 5, dude, I had so many modded skins and stuff. But I got tired of dealing with them because every time a new patch came out, it broke them all. And then the modders would have to go back and either fix them or make new ones or whatever. And it was like, I ran out of patience messing with it.
That makes sense.
Then by that time, there was so many damn skins in the game. Champion Edition came out. You buy Champion Edition and you got your run of the whatever the hell you want as far as skins is concerned.
One thing I know they did in the final season was also release 3 new stages, and they released 11 as well.
Yeah, if you actually bought like the season 5 pass, it gave you 11, and 11's interesting because it's just a random select, but it's also random V trigger, random V skill, which typically, if you just hit the big question mark, you can. You can actually choose your V skill V trigger, where 11 was truly random.
He just he also looked like a clay fighter. That's really what it was.
Yeah. He had that shine to him. Like no matter who he transformed into, he always looked wet.
Yes, he does. Let's see. I mean, we'll get to 11 as well. I will touch upon one other thing that I was a huge fan of. They had Street Fighter. I don't know if whoever's listening to this or watching, there was Street Fighter Assassin's Fist, which was a series that was released. Actually, it started off on YouTube, and it was more about focused like on Ryu and Ken and Goken and Akuma, and it was like the origins of the four.
At this point, it's literally largely considered the last Street Fighter movie. because it's since then been compiled together as a movie.
Well, this is the thing I was going to talk about is those guys that put that together, okay, they actually worked on and released something called Street Fighter Resurrection. I don't know if you saw that. It was another miniseries released by them.
Yes, it was.
And it was heavily focused on Street Fighter V.
And it was hard to get your hands on it too, because you had to like subscribe to some. I don't even think it wasn't even on YouTube. I think it was on something else, wasn't it?
It was on some kind of other network, which was
yes, it was some other weird platform that nobody went to, and it was supposed to be a way to draw traffic to this platform. And I think if anything, that just made it less visible to the actual people that wanted to see it, because I wanted to see it. I never got a chance to see it because I was like, I don't know. Yeah. Well, because it had Charlie in it. It had like the resurrected Charlie in it, right?
Yes.
I do remember this.
But and he's actually the one that portrayed Charlie. He's actually a martial artist, a real life martial artist. He played in some new kickboxing movie with Van Damme and whatnot, which was pretty cool. I think his name is like Alex something. I forgot the actual guy's name, but he's a real martial artist. And then they brought back the Ryu and Ken, and they brought in Laura. They had DiCaprio. They had Bison. Oh yeah. It was actually Laura that finds Ryu and Ken, and I really am a fan of the actor that plays Ken, because he has the look. He really looks like the.
Is it the same Ken from Assassin's Fist?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
It's the same Ryu. It's the same Ryu and Ken.
Yeah, that Ken was spot on. He was good.
Yeah. So, it's just no Akuma, no Goken, obviously in that, but they had all the characters returning, which was cool. Now, seeing the characters and the story, like it draws you in at the beginning, but then it falls flat, unfortunately. Like that's just my opinion, right? Because they involved Interpol, and it turned into like, if you ever watched the Street Fighter Chun-Li movie, it kind of reminded me of that at the end.
That movie was such an abomination.
They went that direction, and I don't know if it's because Joey Anansa, I don't know if I'm pronouncing his last name right. So I'm like friends with him, friends with Akira Koyama, all these guys on Facebook. That's actually one of the coolest things, because I got to meet these guys. And when I met them in real life during a convention, I was like a huge supporter. So I got like tons of autographs and things like that from these guys. They were really cool. And I was truly heartbroken to see that movie flop, or that series flop, the whole Resurrection, because they were geared towards working on the whole World Warrior series, and I was hoping that would take off. And a lot of people were behind that. So I really, truly hope that they can come back and do that. I'm actually, one of the things that I got today is, I don't know if you heard about Here Comes a New Challenger. That's like a Street Fighter history thing too that somebody was putting together, and they interviewed Joey and a lot of people that were behind Street Fighter franchise. So I'll be reviewing that and taking a look at that, and maybe I'll do a recap video and talk about it or something. But I'll be happy to share that information with anyone that's interested. And BT, we'll talk later. I'll probably, we'll talk later about that. But yeah, the Resurrection was really designed to promote Street Fighter V. It just unfortunately did not do so well due to the reasons that we discussed.
If they would have did it like they did Assassin's Fist, where they put like the first episode or two free on YouTube, and then put the others behind the paywall, like they did with that one of like the YouTube Premium, I think it would have done a lot better. But instead, they tried to shift everybody's attention to a new platform. But I don't think they got enough attention shifted.
No.
So
I tried to get into that at first. It took me a while before I got my hands on it and got to see it. Man, it was rough. It was really rough. But yeah, no, I just wanted to touch up on about the whole resurrection thing because a lot of people don't know about that. Um,
Right. Yeah.
and oh, you know what that platform was? It was called Go 90.
Oh, is that
I
what it
looked it
was?
up. Yeah, I looked it up. It's called Go 90.
And it's probably dead in the water today. You know what I
I
mean?
don't
Like,
know, actually. Let me see. I don't even know if that thing exists. Because that was back
it
in
was early. It was early in Street Fighter V's
it was like
life cycle.
2016,
It
something
was,
like that.
yeah, it had to have been, at least like 16, 17. I would have think it would have been 17, but yeah.
Yeah, according to Wikipedia, it was an American internet television service, but it doesn't long.
Was.
Yeah, it was. Oh, so even in July of 2018, they tried collabing with Verizon and AOL and Yahoo properties to try and keep it in,
Try
and
to
then they
keep their head
just,
above water.
yeah, but it just failed. Yeah, I'm just skimming through. So yeah, that's what happened with that G90 that hosted Street Fighter Resurrection. Again, Street Fighter Resurrection was literally the whole thing was a web series, and the narrative prologue to it was kind of following the events of the game, but and it was more like focused on Charlie, on Nash. Um, he was the protagonist, I'd say.
Yeah.
Um,
Well, it was called Resurrection, and it was based off of Charlie getting brought back to life in Street Fighter Five. So yeah, for
it
sure, it
was
makes
it was
sense.
a big yeah, it was a big thing, but because even when you look at the introduction to the game, you see at the very beginning of the very initial uh, intro where Bison and Charlie are facing off with one another. So it's kind of proposed that way, like he's seeking revenge. And in the Resurrection series, he does face off with him. Um, I just didn't like what they did with Ryu and Ken and the whole Interpol thing, and I was just like, oh, come on. This is not Street Fighter the movie where Ryu and Ken are undercover agents for Van Damme. This is not the whole Street Fighter Chun Li movie over again. Like, what is it with Interpol? Like, leave it out. Ryu and Ken had barely anything to do with it in the video games and even in the Street Fighter 2 anime, which is probably the best interpretation to this day, in my opinion. So that's just my take. Sorry, I'm venting. Um, but we should move forward. Like we should move forward with the characters and stuff because we have a long way to go. We've got
Yeah.
46 somewhat characters on the list today. Um, I'm gonna just start off with Abigail. Abigail is just, I mean, Mad Gear.
You
That's the
know,
best thing I can say.
yeah. I mean, apparently this is after his whole run with Mad Gear, and like he's not really a bad guy anymore, right? He's just a big idiot running a mech shop. It's
Is that the story behind him? Really? Okay.
basically, yeah. Like he like literally one of the stages is in front of his like garage.
Oh, okay. Okay.
You know, you notice like like he's throwing tires, right? Like he's like he comes in like vroom, vroom, like he's just all about cars, man. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's he really didn't give him a whole heck of a lot of story to put him in here, but yeah,
No, that's okay. I mean, we
you're gonna
just
get a
we
lot of that in
just-
this game. You're gonna get a
yeah.
lot of that in this game.
Well, that's the thing with Street Fighter. Like they do that with a lot of the characters. They don't actually like touch upon all of the characters the way they should. Like
I mean,
there's such a
they're literally background flavor characters to whatever story is going on. You know, it
right.
just gives them a reason to put it in the game, give them something simple to make them relevant and in the world surrounding the events. It doesn't even have to be relevant. It just has to give them a purpose to exist.
I mean, they can do a lot more with it. It just they don't.
You know, it gets to a point where there's, you know, if you got 46 characters, man, if you're trying to make a storyline where you're combining all these characters into one storyline, it's going to get diluted as shit. It's not going to be very good. You know,
Oh yeah.
It's cool to just let some of these characters have their own little side events together. You know what I mean?
But
like you got like Sakura and Blanca are kind of like buddies, and you know he's putting out the Blanca Chan dolls, and like she's like working at an arcade, and they're, you know, it's just side stuff, right? It doesn't matter. They're just living their life.
True. I mean, they could do a whole lot more with it, you know.
At the end of the day, it's a video game that people just care about these characters that they want to play as, you know, so they give them a reason to exist in said game, slap them in there, give them a funny little story, something a little quirky about them, and there you go. There's your character. Go have fun. Go play them in ranked and see how far you can get.
Right, but see, that's the thing. I think a lot of people are into the whole lore of these characters, and they would want that expanded, you know? Like, they would want Capcom to give more of a story. And I'd like to see that. Like,
and they're slowly doing that. They are. They're slowly, you know, as time goes on, you know, fighting games are not known for their story-driven content. They just never have been.
No,
right?
It's really more about the fight.
Yeah, it's all about, you know, it's all about the fight. Yeah. It's all about the actual game mechanics and the experience.
True.
But, you know, 3, 4, they started adding a little bit of flavor to these characters. 5, they kind of went all in on some of them. The rest, some of the other ones were just kind of like, yeah, you know, we're just giving them the same old treatment.
We'll get to them.
Yeah. And going forward, it looks like they're expanding much, much more. You know. So,
well, I'm looking forward to seeing what they do. Like, I want to see if 6 has a story to it and all of that, you know, because like just looking at the characters and how they've evolved, you know, what they're doing with them, it's just, you know, I'm curious to know more. You know,
yeah,
like,
I don't think anybody's going to be disappointed if they're looking for story out of 6. I think we're going to get more than we even expected.
That's what I'm hoping for too, and I'm feeling like we'll find out as time goes on of what really is happening with that.
Yeah.
As far as Abigail goes, I don't have much to talk about other than this guy is big. Bulky.
He's big. He's got a hell of a. He can reach halfway across the screen. He's a pain in the ass to deal with, and nobody liked him, except for the people that played him. Even some of the people that played him didn't like him. Yeah, no, he's like, you literally, like, even in the game, like his head goes into the life bars. It's stupid.
Yeah. He sticks the opponent up and then starts like a punching bag going at.
Yeah. He turns them into a punching bag, and he sticks their head into air because a lot of these stages don't have ceilings. So, you know, that makes sense.
Right. No, he like you said, he's sticking it into the time bar. That's what to the life bar.
Yeah, there you go.
That's really what it is. He's just sticking them there. He's like, you see that? All right, let me stick him there. No, but overall, I thought he looked cool. I just think he's
got a fun car theme. They made him out to be a gigantic idiot. He's a joke. He's a joke character, but he's really functional. You know, like they like season 2, like he was an absolute monster. People couldn't stop him. He got nerfed into the ground and forgot about it.
Yep. Okay. I'm good with that. Moving on to Akira. I don't know much about her. Do you?
Akira is a rival schools character.
I never actually got into it.
Yeah, this was the first time that it was kind of a big deal because so people have been wanting like something from rival schools for a while, and they just don't get it. You don't get it. And then Street Fighter V comes around, and then you get a stage. You get the Kazuki Beach, I think it is.
Okay.
And in the background, you got a couple characters from rival schools just kind of sitting there watching the fight, cheering on.
Okay.
Now, this is the first time that okay, we already knew like the Street Fighter universe and like the Final Fight universe coexist, right?
Right, because it's Sakura, from what I recall.
Well, no. Well,
Wasn't it?
because a
Wasn't it?
guy, because you know you got Guy, you got all these guys from Metro City and everything that are from
Well,
Final Fight.
that
Okay,
too,
well,
but
but
wasn't
that's what I'm
Sakura
saying.
in rival schools?
Oh yeah, Sakura, I guess was in rival schools, but at the same time, I don't think that really. I don't know if they really counted. That was kind of felt like it was more of a like a guest character kind of thing. You know
Okay,
what I mean? But like that didn't really solidify the fact that they existed in the same universe, right?
okay.
But whenever you had the Katsuki Beach and you had a couple of the people from rival schools actually in the background, it was like we were like, oh, that's cool. That really kind of solidifies that they are in the same universe. And
Mhm.
then them throwing Akira in here just like it blew people away. They loved it.
It
They ate it up.
it confirmed it pretty much.
Yeah. And it gives them an avenue down the road that if they want to add more, if they want to put like Batsu in the game or somebody, there was some really popular characters out of rival schools that just don't get seen anymore. So yeah, hopefully we'll see more later.
Yeah, yeah. No, I hear you. But I really didn't have any interest. I hate to say it, I did not have any interest in this
She
character.
plays really weird. They gave her some rival schools like mechanics.
Mechanics, yeah.
Like one of her V skills, like I don't know if you ever played rival schools, they got the really high launchers, right? Where you float up in the air and then you do air combos where you just kind of sit in the air and then you knock them back down. Right. And
Okay.
then you come back down. And that's one of her V skills is like this uppercut that you can jump and just kind of float in the air with them and knock them around. And there's people have learned all kinds of cool little tricks with that to keep them up longer and longer and longer. But yeah, I mean, she's like one of two characters in this game that I never really played much.
Damn.
So
Yeah, I barely. I think I maybe picked her up maybe once or twice, and that was it. I don't. Yeah, I had no
Mr.
interest.
Happy seems to love her though. Like he seems to do pretty good with her.
Yeah, I remember. I saw him using her during our casual matches, and I was like, okay, yeah, all right, cool. But I was, yeah,
She is
I
fun to
just
play.
never
I
did.
think to be honest, I think if you picked her up, you might like her. She's got a DP. She's got kind of like a close up, like palm punch fireball. She's
Okay.
got like some Rekka kicks. She's got like a dashing elbow. She's really cool. Like her
What's
kit's nice.
what's sad is I feel like once 6 comes out, this game is just going to be forgotten. I hate to say that, but
Yeah,
I
I
kind
do
of
too.
I kind of get that feeling, you know.
Yeah, for sure. We're like when 5 came out, a lot of people still went back to 4 because they weren't happy with the state of 5.
Yeah.
But 6 is just people are just like drooling over this game, right? It's a completely different story going from 4 to 5
Oh
than
yeah.
going from 5 to 6. So yeah, I feel like there's not going to be a whole lot of people left playing this game.
Well, we've got friends that are not going to pick up 6, which I don't understand. But that's a whole topic in
Yeah.
itself. I don't want to derail what we got going on. Well, I mean, we'll probably we could touch upon that when we're covering 6. But if there's anything else you want to add on for Akira, we can move on to
No, there's not much to talk about her late entry into the series.
Okay. Okay.
It was just
Uh,
fan service.
and we're gonna go with Akuma Matata.
Akuma Matata.
I'll be honest. When I actually have to this day, I have a signed poster for a Street Fighter Five promo with Akuma, signed by Yoshiro Ono, and I was
Nice.
one of the times I met him. And bro, I will tell you, when I got that poster and the way he looked, it was before you got to see his full frontal. You just saw the hair kind of coming down his
Right.
back. You're like, what is this? He just looks so badass with his back turned too. You know that pose, that picture I'm talking about.
Yeah. I know what you're talking about.
So when I saw that, I was like, okay, that's really cool. And then when he came out with the trailer, I mean, I was just like, oh, okay. The hair and all that, I was like, what the hell? Where are they going with this? like, okay, the guy doesn't know what what it's like to shave. Okay, I understand. I
Yeah,
understand.
yeah. Well, people don't. A lot of that is beard, right? Like it is.
It is. It is. It is. It's like acknowledge the shaver. Like, come on, man. Like. I understand there's no mirror, there's no nothing, but you could see the hair that's coming down, man. Like, just like take a scissors or something, for God's sakes, bro. And then came the Lion King jokes and everything, of course, which was
Oh, dude, that was day one. Day
yeah,
one, the
yeah.
Akuma Matata jokes were rampant.
The edit you did was probably the best one, though. I'd have to go digging it up. I had it on here before, but I ended up removing it at one point. You see, yeah, no, it's not here. I'd have to go dig through my machine and upload it again. But that was hilarious. That was a good one. The edit that you did. But he himself, very different. I mean, aside from the whole look, he played completely differently. And a lot of people don't like that. Like, even myself, like when I was trying to pick up the character, because like I mastered Ken, or I wouldn't say mastered, but like I played with Ken for a while, and then I tried to pick it up and move forward with Akuma next. You know, I went with that. Oh, well, you know what? Let me actually see if I can get this Akuma Matata uploaded real quick. Because that look was just too funny. But character move wise, bro, it was like, I don't know. It was tough.
He didn't have full screen fireballs anymore,
Nope.
right? Nope. Outside of his the ones the red fireballs that take longer to do.
Yep.
You know, he did have air fireballs. His tattoos were a little different. You know, he had the weird, like, kind of.
Well, I actually liked it.
Yeah, but it's still
different.
different.
On me, but it was
still
very
different.
It was very different. Real quick, I just want to share the art that you actually put together before, which is the Akuma Matata. What a wonderful phrase! It's
Matata.
like
Reaching demon
hilarious.
for days.
You get them in the sunrise or sunset with the three of them walking like that. Oh my god, that was just hilarious. That was a cool edit that you did, man. With his shadow like that, like his silhouette.
Yeah,
With,
it actually blended together really nicely.
With Timon and Pumbaa. That was just funny, man. So, coming back to Mr. Longbeard here, he played differently. I mean, I spent a great deal of time in the lab actually trying to learn him, but I just felt kind of awkward. So, like, a lot of the things that you would do is use his V skill to cancel out of things, and then like go into like Demon Flip or some other cool things like that. While I can do those combos and all of it, it just did not feel practical to me when I was.
And they're not.
Battle.
He's got. If you're trying to incorporate his V skill into any combos, the only time people were doing that was trying to build V meter. They weren't looking for damage. Most of his damaging combos did not incorporate his V skill whatsoever. So,
but it was flashy. It was pretty. I'll tell you that.
Because I mean, you would cancel the parry into he had two moves out of the parry. It was either the straight punch or the kick. That was kind of a launcher that you could kind of follow up with.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, I would do the kick going upwards, pop them up into Demon Flip. You know, there was like different things you could do, but like you said, it just, I don't know. It just, to me, it felt so awkward. Like, I was working on a combo video right after I did Ken's combos. I was going to do Akuma's, but then, I don't know, I just kind of got discouraged. That's probably the best word I can use. And if Red 6 was here, he would be saying the same thing, because he's coming from that Street Fighter 4 Akuma. And that Street Fighter 4 Akuma was just so badass. And, you know, this is an argument I know that
it's
we've had
different.
before.
It's not any less badass. It's just different.
It's
This character,
it's so
was
different.
S tier through like a 6 out of 7 years that he existed in this game. He was amazing, and like his combo structure was very fluid. I just had a hard time figuring it out, but it was there and it was nasty.
Yeah, no, but and I'm pretty sure there's great Akumas that evolved out of Street Fighter Five. You know, players that used them and all that. I'm not saying anything about it. It's just I felt like it wasn't for me. You know,
It's Grandpa Blast. This ain't my Akuma.
I didn't want Akuma. I
I
don't
mean,
want this
that's
Akuma.
basically all I'm hearing. This ain't my Akuma.
Get off my video game.
But this is a prime example, right, of what Street Fighter did with most of their characters that were returning characters. They were completely redesigned from the ground up, but they were still the same character, like in the way they played and just in their whole essence. It was really cool to see that they could actually take a character, completely redesign them, change their moves up enough and things that they were still the same character, but they just had a whole new flavor to him. He was a great example of that.
Oh yeah, he was a real good example of that.
Some people loved it, some people hated it. I thought it was really good. I think this is one of the. This is probably like, well, outside of some of the sprite versions of Akuma, this is like probably the strongest Akuma that really kind of existed. Because Akuma was good in 4. Akuma was good in 4. He was a monster in 5. Like through the entirety of this game.
Moveset wise, he had a lot of cool things that made sense. And the fact that you could switch him, his his V trigger 1 switched him to Shin Akuma. I thought that was pretty cool.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, double air fireball. And
even his V trigger 2 was crazy because it gave him the ability to cancel specials into specials.
Yep.
So you could DP into a freaking Tatsu at the top of the screen and then hit him with an air fireball as they're coming down. Like it was
honestly, I feel like
gnarly.
I feel like majority of players out there would go with V skill 2, and myself included. Like, yes, you're missing out on the demon, and you don't have the demon, but that ability to be able
it was a little easier to use, but his real combo potential was in V Trigger 1.
You think so? I would say 2.
No, dude. I'm
really okay.
No,
no.
You don't understand.
Bro.
The canceling doesn't matter because everything he did in V Trigger 1 floated you. You hit him with a fireball, it throws you in the air, and you just kind of float there. You know, the combo potential in V Trigger 1 is just astronomical.
Whereas I felt like with V Trigger 2, you can connect more, have longer combos.
It was just easy. It wasn't longer. It was just easier.
It was, well, I suppose it was easier. I guess it was easier. Yeah, I could see how. Okay. Right, because then it's like you're faster and easier to link, whatever. I got you.
Once you land one special, you just keep doing specials and chain them all together. Like that's just easy, you know. But like V Trigger 1, you know, you do a combo into a special, they float. You do another special, kind of floats them again, and you know, and then his DP in that went up and then came back down.
I love that they did that. I thought that was cool. When I first saw it, he like brought him up in the air, and then it was like, ooh, slamming you down. I was like, whoa, that's cool. I thought that was awesome. I like that they did that.
I mean, this character can freaking taunt combo you in a corner.
Yeah,
like his taunt punches the ground and it knocks you up, and you can OTG with it. This character's ridiculous.
I did some basic 2-3 hit combos like that before when I was messing around with a combo video years ago.
2017, Punk got taunt comboed in the grand finals of Evo by Taquito. Like it broke his soul.
Damn. I remember Taquito's Street Fighter 4 Akuma though.
Yeah, his Street Fighter 5 Akuma was it was disgusting. He made
thought-
this character. He literally made this character.
Well, I could say the same thing about 4. The man.
Yeah,
did
no.
great in 4.
Taquito is just synonymous with Akuma.
Yeah,
And he
that's
did the same thing in 5 that he did in 4 with Akuma. Like he dominated.
But I thought he was, aside from the look, I thought he was pretty cool. They gave him a unique look, a unique move set. I mean, he was, like we just said, like he was completely different. And like you said, building from the ground up. That's what they're doing with a lot of these characters in this game. And I felt like that's true with what they did, which was pretty cool. So I have nothing else to add on for Akuma.
No, we're good. We're taking too long on these, man. We got to get moving.
Why don't we go? Why don't we go to Alex? He's next. Now you have a lot to say about Alex, and I've
Alex
been hearing
is
how
a cool character. He's a
from 3 to 5.
Dude. In the beginning of 5, he was a hot dumpster fire mess, and he stayed that way for probably 5 years
Until the revisions came.
Yeah, well, it probably wasn't until Champion, and then after Champion, they did the final balance patch, and he skyrocketed. So it wasn't until the very end of this game that Alex became like really good.
Yeah, he was in season 1.
Yeah, he was the first DLC character ever released.
Yeah,
and I played him on day 1. I was like, man, this guy's great. He's fun. And then you start looking at people that actually are, like the pros, and they're like, man, he's really bad. And I was like, well, I'm having fun with him. I didn't give a shit.
You were just enjoying yourself. I got you. Well,
and
you also
he got better as time went on.
Yeah.
But he was rough, but like he's always been fun. He's always been hella fun. They but they took away a lot from him. Like 3, like God, whenever we did this fight talk for Street Fighter 3, Tums and I went through his like entire list. He had like 9 moves or something, including like command normals and weird like his dive out of the air and stuff. He had like 9 actual moves in Street Fighter 3. It just goes to show that he was designed to be like the main protagonist, right? Coming into 5, man, he didn't, let's see, he had his head stomp, he had his little leaping grab, he had his power bomb, he had his chop, and he had his elbow. Oh, and he did have his little dive. So he still kind of maintained a lot of it, but he didn't have his little like spinning DDT and like his little reach out and grab and things like that. Some of that stuff got later implemented with like when he got V Trigger 2, he got like the DDT back and such. They gave him a parry with his V Trigger 1 that was kind of really interesting to use because you could cancel it into the lariat and get behind him, and had like a very specific back grab that was a power bomb or a backdrop rather.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's always been fun, but now he's kind of a monster.
Well, yeah, I mean, it only took how many seasons?
No, it literally took. I mean, it's funny. They say there's 5 seasons, but this game was out for 7 years. There was definitely a lot of downtime in this game's history, at least almost 2 years worth, right? At one point, it was like they announced Kage, and you didn't hear anything for like a year, right? Kage came out, and then it was like they were expecting a whole new set of characters or something. It was like, nope, you just got Kage for like a year. It was wild. But so yeah, no, I mean, he sat in limbo for a while, but he still had fan favorites, or people. There were still, even when he was bad, there were still a lot of people that played him that were really good with him. And as time went on, they just got even better.
Gotcha.
No, story wise, this character in this game, another side character. He had no point.
Really?
Yeah.
I forgot to actually ask about Akuma with that. I don't remember Akuma's story. Do you?
The only thing about Akuma's story in that was just him becoming more of a badass and killing Gen. Apparently, within his story mode, he kills Gen. Yeah. And it's kind of like
Okay.
alluded to that. It's not like 100% guaranteed, but it's a pretty strong chance that he killed again. So
Gotcha. And you said you were talking about Alex saying that he didn't have much of a story.
Alex, I mean the dude is like literally living in an RV. He has this little girlfriend, not a girlfriend, but a girlfriend that is like bringing him lunch from her job and stuff. He takes a nap, wakes up in like Shadowloo base where what looks like essentially is like the training room stage, right? And you got Fong throwing like these projected characters at him to fight, using him as like a test body. He
Oh,
gets fed up and starts tearing the place up because he's Alex. He's a big broggy motherfucker. Starts breaking the danger room essentially, and he's like, "Oh crap, he's gonna ruin everything," and gasses him, knocks him out, sends him back to his trailer, and he wakes up in his trailer like, "What the hell just happened?" You know, that was the extent of his story.
okay.
Even in the Shadow Falls, he ran into oh, what's his name? Dalsum shows up at his doorstep, you know, and was like, there's big things for you in the future. He thought Dalsum was trying to steal from him and picks a fight with him.
That's fun.
And that was basically it. That was it. He had one little cameo in the story mode. Yeah.
Yeah, well,
he
this is
he
what
was
we
a
were
side
saying.
character.
That they don't have much development for these characters in the story, and it's what I mean. It makes sense with regards to what you had said. They don't have like the budget like Mortal Kombat does to make or build a story around it, like a cinematic story, which is kind of unfortunate. I hope they do that with six. I hope they actually bring him into six. He would be cool in six.
Yeah.
Like I get bringing Akuma back in, but why Rashid? Why like some like I just whatever. I'm not gonna. We'll get to six.
Rashid was low key the protagonist of five.
Right, he was, but because like we'll get to Rashid too here, because he's down the list. But like
Yeah.
I just don't understand it with six. I guess we'll get to that later. But
yeah, well, we don't know the story going into six.
We don't know what they're gonna do with six for a lot of things. So before I move on to the next character, anything else you want to add on for Alex?
Nah, there's not really much else to be said. Console fanboys out there trying to tell us with his super chat that Street Fighter's for kids.
Oh, happy Memorial Day to you, my brother. Ukraine strong, and I love you too, man. It's all good. It's all good. Yeah.
That's okay. Mortal Kombat is for immature kids that like just to see blood and guts, right? That's
blood and guts. Well, come on. He's on he's on the old version. He's playing the old school Mortal Kombat. Not
yeah.
The new ones.
That's still blood and guts.
Yeah, but there's like 16-bit blood and guts. Compared to
it wasn't 16-bit on release. They got transported to 16-bit systems, but the original ones were not 16-bit.
No, I'm just joking. I'm just throwing it out there.
I see, but he agreed with me.
He said BloodTide's right. No, he's not wrong. He says, "Okay, I'm a child." Bye, bro. You're good. You're good. Thank you for swinging by, of course. So, for Alex, I think we're good. Let's move on to the next character.
We're still in A's, damn it.
We're in B's now, baby.
Wait. Who we got?
Balrog.
Balrog, right.
Boxer, if you will.
Boxer, Balrog.
I liked him in this. I actually like what they did with him. I like the way the character looked.
He's still dude, he's pretty samey though. Like outside of like V skill V trigger stuff, he's Balrog, man. You had no problem stepping into this character from Street Fighter 4 and playing him, to be honest.
Oh yeah.
They gave him some pretty cool flavor with his V skill, V trigger stuff, but outside of that, playability wise, he was pretty true to form. Except for they took away his headbutt. His his flash kick, like the upward one, the rising bull or whatever it's called.
But I don't know. I thought he was pretty cool. I myself don't play Balrog, but I've played a lot of Balrogs that had me kind of like, oh, he could do that.
Yeah, no, this character, cool. This character can make your health bar disappear in a jump scare.
Oh yeah.
He's kind of crazy.
Especially his super move. Super move is pretty damaging. I'd say that.
Okay, so the problem with his super is it's one hit. There's too many characters out there that have like armor or parries or stuff like that. That I've seen it. I've seen Ryu's parry his super. Like it's just, it's nutty.
That's crazy to see Ryu parry his super. I'd want to see something like that. Wow. Okay. I don't know too much about his story. I mean, obviously he's one of Bison's henchmen.
Yeah, his story didn't progress a whole lot. The only thing of note that was interesting to his story was the fact that this was kind of like him and Ed's party, because
that's right.
Pretty much he raised Ed.
He did, he did.
And Ed kind of broke off from him and went his own way in this. And it was kind of funny to see that like Balrog was like, he was almost kind of beside himself, because it was like he was so used to him being around. You know what I mean? Like, where he's Balrog, he was like, "Wow, I don't need you," but they still kind of alluded that he was kind of like, "Wow, what am I going to do now?" You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's kind of sad, actually, if you think about it.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Yeah, that's true. Because like he raised them and all of that too. So
yeah,
I remember that now that you've actually revisited. I know the connection with that, and I remember seeing it. But
I mean, he trained him.
Much information about that, but it's clearly there. It's visible,
Yeah. No, like he absolutely raised Ed. He was kind of just pawned off on him essentially, but he did it, and
that's why Ed got the 1, 2, 3s and all of that, which we'll get to.
Yeah. No, he's a boxer.
Yeah,
he's a boxer at heart.
He takes after his stepdad.
Oh my God! Oh, that just reminded me. I wish I still had it. I bet you it would probably take me too long. So when Ed came out, since we're talking about it now, how I did the Akuma Matata thing, right?
Yeah. I know what you're talking about. Yes.
I did a little meme picture of Ed. You remember the old show My Two Dads?
Yes.
I had Ed, Balrog, and Bison.
You did. In fact, hold on. I'm seeing.
Oh, do you have it? Did I show it? Oh my God. I
think I might actually have it. Hold on. I'm looking to see. Yeah, I found it.
Oh, I can't believe it. I can't believe it. I don't even have it.
I have it. Hold on. I'm going to upload it right now. Give me a second. I'm working on it. I can't believe it. Wow, I remember that. I was cracking up to that, actually. My Two Dads. Hold on. I'm about to pull it on screen. Here we go.
Oh, my God, dude. That's amazing.
I'll send it to you so you have it too. I forgot about that, actually. I'm happy you brought it up. I thought that was pretty funny when I have it on the Facebook page, by the way, just so you know. That's where I was able to find it. But I just sent it to you too, so you have it.
Nice.
And people tuning in probably like, what is this?
And like anybody that knows anything about Street Fighter V is going to see this and know exactly what it is. All right.
I like Ed's face. That's the funniest thing with it. And Bison smiling that way. That was just too funny.
With his head tilted, like
tilted to the side. And Balrog just like, hey. Oh my god, that's too funny, man. Yeah, so anybody that's listening to this or watching this, we're just displaying this picture that BloodTide edited with Ed, basically with his two dads, Bison and Balrog. So tune into the show if you're listening on the podcast to see the picture. But yeah, let me take it down. We got to move on, of course. But yeah, aside from that, I didn't have anything else for Balrog. I'm pretty sure if there's anything you want to add on, go ahead. But that's pretty much it for Balrog. Is that he, in the story for Street Fighter V, he did raise Ed, and Ed kind of broke away, which was kind of sad and everything, like BloodTide explained earlier. But yeah, I thought he was pretty solid in this one, man. BT, you with me? You okay?
Yeah, no, I got upset children, so I don't think anybody wants to hear that.
Gotcha. No, you're good. You're good. We will. I guess we'll keep moving forward. Anything you want to add on for Balrog?
No, I think we overcovered it. We're good.
Gotcha. So Birdie came along, and this Birdie came along, a little birdie. Birdie comes from the original Street Fighter 1 game, actually, if you're dating back. And he was an alpha, Street Fighter Alpha. And then I don't think I saw him in anything else until Street Fighter 5. The only thing that they did with Street Fighter 5 was they gave him a pop belly, and then he has that move where it was like Free Willy, where he's like taking a dive, you know? Did you see that?
He's a joke character. Well, yeah, he's got the dolphin dive, and there's tons of memes about the whole Free Willy thing.
That was hilarious. But that's what it was. I mean, he was like Free Willy. I don't think there was much to him. I mean, I can play with him too, and I thought he was okay. But
story-wise, he started working for Shadow Law, and AWOL'd, essentially. He just AWOL'd. He didn't want anything to do with it. They didn't feed him enough, apparently. Then he AWOL'd and ended up working for Karin. Basically, is just like a bodyguard henchman kind of thing, just kind of hanging out. That was pretty much his entire story. He AWOL'd Shadow Lu and started working for Karin.
But playability wise, he was okay. He has that
chain
and all that.
He's sick.
He was good.
He like the first couple seasons, like he was a monster. They eventually nerfed him into the ground, but like, you know, like Mena RD, the only person to win 2 Capcom Cups the first time, he did it with Birdie.
There you go. Birdie. Yeah, boss. No, different Birdie.
Hey.
But yeah, no, he was cool. He was cool. I don't think there was anything else to him other than
no.
What you said.
Playability wise, he was solid. They added a lot of new tools to him because like the last time he had been playable was in the Alpha series, so they had the freedom to pretty much remake this character, and they did a really good job with it.
Yep. Okay, moving on. Bison. Now, I already said I liked how they gave him the look like he's aged. You know, like he's got the gray hair.
I think he looks best in this game than he's ever looked.
I totally agree. And they made it seem like he was the big bad again, which is I mean, he was the big bad of this game, but like, okay. And they made it seem like Ryu finally defeats him in this game.
Yeah.
But is he really
seems
gone?
that way. Who knows?
Is he really gone? I'm going to share something that I saw somebody posted that was at Combo Breaker, I think, that shared this. What was it? That has me questioning whether or not he's actually going to be in 6. Or some form of Shadow is really what what it is.
Okay, well,
You know what I'm talking
technically,
about?
Ed is like his little group is called Neo Shadowloo, so I don't really know what to tell you about that. But he has already been referenced in 6 by JP by name. You know, he's talked about Bison in cutscenes like that they've already shown. So, but he was also talking about him in the past tense. So, you know, we'll see.
Yeah, they don't. It doesn't really show much. Let me see. But this is the only thing that was. This is like in a comic book, in, in reference to Street Fighter Six. Let me see if I can upload it real quick so that anybody that's watching can see this. So, like, check this out. That's all that it was. It's like literally from a comic book, but it has the words Shadowloo spelled out on it.
Right.
You see it, right?
Yeah.
I can't make out the picture though, like that you see in the top left corner.
Right. Yeah, can't really.
Like,
Pretty vague.
is that Cody or is that someone else? Kind of has the hairstyle.
You know who it kind of looks like?
Eagle
Kind of looks like JP.
JP.
It kind of looks like JP.
Wait. JP is in.
Street Fighter 6 JP.
Oh, the character JP.
Yeah.
Street Fighter 6 JP. I'm actually not sure. So you think that's what it is?
It could be. JP is the closest relation to Bison in Street Fighter 6. I mean, he uses psycho power.
Oh, yes. I see the character. Yes, I remember now.
He
Okay.
literally talks about Bison by name. He's the guy with the cane, the old man with the gray hair and the cane.
Oh, yep. He didn't. Isn't there one where he has like a sword?
No.
Or was that a skin I was looking at? Never mind. Sorry. But
No,
yeah,
he's always got he's just a cane.
But
He's
I
very
thought-
yeah, but he's the only one that really has any kind of ties to Bison in 6. Like I said, he literally mentions him by name, talks about him in the past tense, and controls psycho power himself. Now,
Yeah,
if
what's
you want to
up
get
with
into more about Bison, it was stated that like there was only like 3 people in the world that was able to use psycho power. Him, like one other person, and the person that taught it to him. And people are feeling like JP might be the guy that taught it to Bison.
Ooh, well, that would be cool. But Bison went off the rails, tried to go with world domination and all that. I don't know what JP's story is, but I would assume he's
And that's literally what he mentioned was about, him basically being insane and, caught up in this whole world domination thing was his undoing. That's
yeah. I guess we'll
JP
find out.
does not seem like he's meant to be like the best of people, right? But he's very like gentlemanlike, and I don't know, like if you were to talk about him in a
distinguished gentleman.
Yeah, but like D&D terms, right? Lawful evil. You know what I mean? Like he's very proper, he follows rules, but at his core, like, he doesn't have good intentions.
yeah. Old style. Okay. I guess we'll find out as it goes through.
Yeah.
With regards to Bison though, like in Street Fighter 5, story wise, we know what happened. Now we talk.
Yeah. Ryu finally harnesses the power of nothing and basically uses it to destroy Bison. That's basically what it boils down to.
Yep. And then playability wise, I thought he was cool. A lot
Yeah.
of good Bisons out there.
Yeah, no, this character was known as like the best quote unquote online character because he had a lot of shenanigans that you could only really get away with playing him online because it wasn't real. You know what I mean? But you know,
A
a
lot
little
of
bit
it
of
wasn't.
latency here and there goes a long way, you know.
Oh yeah, especially with with his dashes, how he's like warping and
Yeah,
stuff.
yeah, like yeah, good luck reacting to certain things and
Uh huh.
whatnot. Yeah.
Like all of a sudden he's behind you. Like what?
I mean,
What just happened?
he walks 1 foot in front of the other at a snail's pace, slowest movement speed in the game. But
But
his
he
dash is a freaking
dashes.
teleport. Okay,
Uh
so
huh.
and then if you pop V trigger 1, it's like a super teleport.
Oh yeah, it's like super fast. Try catching him.
He can
No,
literally go invisible in a double reverse in V trigger 1.
but
You
I like
know,
I like some of his new movesets.
yeah, no, he was cool. He had the little psycho power eruption out of the ground, like the
Yep.
wave
Yeah,
that came
that's
up
what
on
I'm
either
thinking
side of
about.
him.
Like
You know,
flames
it was
coming out of
pretty
the
cool.
ground. I thought that was awesome too. Yeah.
His once he got a V trigger 2, he got a command throw that put a time bomb on you. So like he put his hand on your face and like do this little explosion thing, and all of a sudden like you're like kind of got like a purple glow on you. And people that were really good at that knew when
They
that
would do
thing
it
would
over and over.
pop. No. Because what would happen, it would put a time bomb on you, right? And
Oh, so
after
they get in on you.
X amount of seconds, it would detonate. Now, if you could block it, you could block the detonation, right? But it's a setup, you know. We're like, you know, how are you gonna block it if he's already on top of you, and if you get hit during that, you know, it's going to go off and it's going to throw you up into the air and set you up for a juggle. Like I've seen like 75% damage combos from Bison
Wow.
because like he'd knock him into a stun whenever, and then they'd have the time bomb on him. He'd hit him a couple times, time bomb would detonate, they'd go up into the air, and with it's the same V trigger that gives you Psycho Crusher, so you can hit him out of the air into a Psycho Crusher into super. It's ungodly. The amount of damage this guy has the possibility to put out.
This is why he's Bison.
Yeah,
This is
he's
why he's the
Bison. Yeah.
boss of the game. Yeah. Yeah. No, I've even tried playing him a little bit. Considered even maining him at one point.
He's fun. I remember you
he's
playing
fun.
him.
Yeah, he's a lot of fun. He's got potential. Like to if you wanna be a good Bison, I think one of our old X Team buddies was really good with him, and I think he went far in Street
Gaia
Fighter
Calera.
5.
Last time I seen him playing,
That's the one I'm talking about.
last time I seen him playing Street Fighter 5, which was still a long time ago.
Yes,
He was a
while.
master. He was a master rank Bison,
Yep.
and that was before Warlord even existed. So
Yeah. I don't know what happened with that. I'd have to try to reach out to the guy. I mean, he's still on Facebook and whatnot. I mean, I could always reach out, but shout out to Guy of Calera. He's a great guy, ex-team member back in the day. But yeah. All right, well, let's move on forward. I'm going to tell you right now, the next person I'm going to bring on camera is someone that you got a little bit more intimate with lately. You want to talk about that?
man, you know, like Happy wanted me to play Blanca, and I was like, all right. And I started playing some Blanca, and I was like, wait a minute, I can do this. Oh wait, I can do this. Oh, this is cool. Oh, hold on a minute. Now I'm like, I want to play some Blanca in Street Fighter 5.
Now, why all of a sudden did he really get into Blanca? Was it really because of the thing with Utility Man? Come on, I want to know. Is he just trolling my man? Huh?
Who, me?
No, Happy. Is he trolling?
Oh, Happy is a troll. He's a legless troll, and he loves it. That's what he lives for.
Yeah.
Like, you know, he pop in this voice chat right now and tell you the same thing. This man was still talking before I got in this call with you to get on this stream. He was in Moat's channel on his stream talking about the fact that he couldn't play Blanca Chan in the tournament. You were still talking about that
He
shit,
got
man.
upset about that. That's funny. Hey, I told him you can play him in the casual matches. I don't care. Rules are rules, though. We had to stick to it. But too bad Utility Man's not here to talk about his favorite character. I do have his advertisement, but I don't think it's necessary right now. I don't have to advertise Utility Man's side hustle. But
Can we talk about how similar he looks to Akuma in that picture?
He does a little bit. He's I don't know what it is with them and the hair. Like, seriously, he's not that hairy in his previous iterations.
No, he's not.
I don't know what possessed them to do that to him. Especially on the chest.
It was more the anime style they were kind of going for with these 3D models. Hair had to go big. You know what I mean? It just seemed...
Look at his chest. It looks like it's plastered clay. Or like...
Right. Yeah. No, it looks like molded clay. Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like molded clay on it. Like, it's just... I don't know. But he's fun to play with. He's fun to use. I mean, I honestly, when I'm playing him like it's Street Fighter 2. I'll be honest with you. And I love what you did with him as of recent with the combos. I thought that was pretty cool that you were messing around with him like that.
Oh, I found a bunch of stuff actually.
There you go.
But like story wise, he was a joke character in 5. Like he's out there pushing his Blanca Chan dolls and actually selling them and making money out of them and shit. It's pretty funny. He's got like Sakura like helping him work his like little side hustle. It's fucking funny.
That's funny.
He's getting like Blanca Chan dolls and like a crane machine and stuff. It's cute.
We gotta find a Blanca Chan doll and send one to Tom.
He'll burn it on stream.
Oh, I'm pretty sure he would. Shout out to Utility Man. It's midnight over here on the East Coast. It's kind of like probably another hour. I'll wish my man a happy birthday. The Utility Man couldn't be with us tonight. He's probably out celebrating and all that, but I wish him well and I wish him a happy birthday.
Oh, it's his birthday? I didn't know that. Is that why he's not here?
I don't know if it's why he's not here. I know he had family and all kinds of other things happening, so... But, you know, he got a lot going on this weekend from what he explained to me. Some previous engagements that he had scheduled with family and whatnot. I mean, it's Memorial Day, so got to give a man that.
Yeah.
He deserves his time off.
All right, let's get moving. We got a lot more to go through.
Oh, we do. We do. Next up is Camden.
Hey, this is all you, buddy.
Oh, yes. Yes. No, but... I'll tell you right now, I made that switch from Ken to Cammy. I had a lot of fun playing with Cammy in Street Fighter 5. Like, mechanics-wise.
She was solid when she came out in this game. She's still solid. They nerfed her a bit, and they still can't keep her down. She's still pretty high up in the list, man. She's a monster. Yeah. And
I'm limited to what I know, too.
Well, and she's not a combo monster. She's not. There's not really a lot you can do that way. She is a very fundamental based character that is she's got a good jump arc. She can change her jump arc because of her dive kicks. You know, she's really hard to anti-air. She's one of the few characters that can just jump whenever the hell she wants.
She's got options.
She's got her spinning back fist that goes through fireballs.
Yep.
You know, and it's safe on block. It's not even just safe on block; it's plus on block. You try to press a button, you're gonna get hit. So, like, yeah, no, she's good, man. She's got long-reaching normals. They're quick. Her movement speed, her just walk speed is ridiculous.
Yeah, she's fast. That's what I like about her. And I have a lot of fun playing with her. I'm very happy that I made that switch. But like you said, she's more on fundamentals. Yeah. So like when I was trying to play Ken earlier or whatever, I was just so accustomed to playing with her that I was like playing Ken using more fundamentals and things like that. If you've noticed, rather than focusing on combos and stuff, you know, like it was just difficult. But making that switch to Cammy was a lot more fun. Like she was interesting to learn, if you will.
Which is weird because usually I think it's the other way around. Like Ken is the one that's fun to play. She's boring.
Right.
She is. You know,
But but
she's very just I'm gonna
but
poke you and whittle
yeah.
you down to nothingness. But
But for me, that's how it was. Like I've come a long way with her. Like with that. Story wise, I don't remember. Do you? What her story was?
she wound up with
Because
one of the pieces of the keys to the satellites in the story mode. One of her
so
big
she helped
parts.
take down Bison. Okay.
Yeah, she was part of the main roster that went in to help take down Bison. Um, and she also kind of went rogue at one point because DiCaprio showed up and this was like her like saving this is like her saving DiCaprio like took place in this game in the story mode and Jury helped her.
I thought it was previous.
No, it's literally in the story mode
Makes
in this
sense
game.
because that's what happens in that Street Fighter Resurrection. She's in that like DiCaprio.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, overall, awesome character. I have always been a fan of the character. I can't wait to see what they do with her at Street Fighter Six.
Like her whole purpose in life was in 5 was trying to do what she could to help rescue what was left of the dolls because there's a lot of them in this game actually.
Right, her whole thing in general was always rescuing the dolls and undoing
Yeah. Well, so
what
nothing really
Bison did with
changed
the
much.
dolls. Yeah.
Only she pretty much succeeded in this game. Like her goal has been accomplished in this game.
Which makes sense with what you're seeing in Six, where now she's like
She's
more.
back. She's back as an agent working for like Interpol or something. It seems like what
It
it looks like going
does,
into 6.
but she also looks like she has a life outside of things. You know,
Yeah.
where
She
you
looks
don't see
more.
that.
She
Yeah,
looks more. What's the
laid
word I'm
back.
looking for? Well, no, she looks like she's more just worked her way into society. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's a good way
Um,
of putting it. Yep.
you know, she's dressing kind of more normal. She's not in just leotards and
She's
whatever. She's wearing flexible, comfortable clothes with a jacket. Her hair's cut short. You know, she just
yep.
looks like a normal person walking down the street.
She looks badass as hell, though. If you ask
Yeah,
me,
she looks sick. She looks
and
fucking sick, right?
and sexy as whatever. But you get what I'm saying.
I to be honest, I was never really drawn to the appearance of Cammy like a lot of people were, you
Okay.
know. But I think more so in 6
Oh yeah,
than
because
ever for sure.
well, they also, you know, it was more like never any junk in the trunk. Now, now she's got some junk in the trunk, I'd say. And then at the same, like the whole appearance is just different. In
Well, 5,
Six.
dude, her model in 5, it was a lot thicker than it's ever been. If you
Oh
want
yeah,
to talk about
totally,
that,
totally.
but they actually trimmed down on it in 6 and made her almost put her back more realistically to what she used to be, like even in like Street Fighter 2. You know,
Well, I think that's the right thing to do. Like I felt like I agree. Like she's a little bulkier here, like like muscle
yeah.
wise. Like she's
No,
supposed to be toned.
they slimmed her back down in 6, and she
Yeah,
looks proportionate as she's
she
supposed
looks
to be.
sexy. That's what it's
Yeah,
supposed to be. Yeah. But the hairstyle and the hairdo and everything, that's just a whole new look. And that was just like,
yeah, but she's
whoa,
still
that's
got the
cool.
little flip in the front, which is cute, right? Like,
Yeah, yeah, she does. Well, that's her signature. That's her thing. It's like Superman with a curl, you know, like that's
yeah,
her thing, you know?
right, yeah.
Which
Well, just
is
like Nash,
cool.
has his own weird hair curl.
Yeah, he does. He does. All right. Well, I don't have anything else to add on
No,
for
no,
Cammy.
moving on.
So, Charlie, talking about
Speaking of
Nash.
Nash,
Man, I mean, like we talked about earlier, like the fact that they brought him back, you know, like he was supposed to be like, and he, in a lot of ways, was the protagonist originally initially for 5, and he was in that Street Fighter Resurrection movie that I was talking about.
So he
I
wasn't
thought
really a protagonist per se. I mean,
no,
he
no,
was
in the
part.
movie, in the movie,
Oh, okay.
in the movie, he played a major role. In the Resurrection, Street Fighter Resurrection, he played a major role. But and I know you haven't seen that yet, so I'll talk to you about that later. But moveset wise, mechanics wise, I loved playing with him. In fact, I
He's
thought,
so flashy in this game. It's really
yeah,
cool.
I actually thought about making him a main at one point because he's a lot of fun to use. And talk about whatever, dude, not too far off from where I live in Long Island, he went far with him at Evo. Long Island Joe, shout out to
Oh,
that
you're
guy.
talking about LA Joe. Yeah,
Yeah,
and okay, so and that was kind of this character's downfall too.
oh yeah, because they, yeah, they,
Season one, there was probably like 4 Charlies in top 8.
yeah,
And he was disgusting in season 1.
yeah.
And man, soon as that first balance patch came out, he never saw the light of day again, even still to this day. Like
Yeah.
they tried to fix a few things with him here and there. He's not nearly as bad as he was, but he's still a really cool character and he's still fun as hell to play. But
Oh,
yeah,
he's
no,
so
season
fun.
1 Charlie was he was trouble.
Everybody was scared, running scared.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, that was kind of the last time you've seen Ally Joe play Street Fighter 5 really in the
yeah,
limelight too.
yeah.
Was when he was playing Charlie.
He went far with him.
That guy's hella cool, man. We met him at a summer jam.
We did.
And literally, dude, like that guy, like we took pictures with him when we first got there and whatever, and talked to him a little bit, and it was cool. And that one day we were just standing over on the corner somewhere, just bullshitting amongst ourselves, and he just walks up and just like jumps in the conversation,
Yeah,
like, "What's up,
yeah.
man?" Like the dude's like super
He was
cool,
really super
real
cool,
down to
yeah.
earth, like
Yeah. It didn't go to his head. That's what I liked about the dude.
yeah. I mean,
You
he can
meet a lot
still,
of
you can
guys
still
that-
fight. The guy's still playing. The guy's still playing games. Like
Oh,
he
yeah.
streams. He streams on Twitch. Like you can go find him. He's a really cool guy.
Really cool. Oh yeah. But you said it. He was like down to earth. That was the best way to describe him. I like that experience that we got to do something like that again one of these days. You know, like you,
Yeah.
me, and whoever else. We should just go down to a tournament, whether it's Summer Jam or whatever. Like just have some fun like that. Like that was cool. You know,
I get 2 weeks off every
Oh.
year, end of July, beginning of August. My plant shuts down. Like so, there's no work to be done. So I'm always
we'll have to figure out
gonna be
something.
free.
I got some plans end of July, first week of August. A buddy of mine's kind of similar situation that's in Florida wants to come down and visit me. So I might be taking time off from work to do something like that.
That's cool.
So, but I'd love to do something with you too, so we can figure out something.
Well,
But
sure.
getting back to
Anyway.
this,
So he
you
was
know the story?
resurrected by the
Yeah.
Illuminati. It was the Illuminati resurrected him.
it was the Illuminati, right?
Yeah. It was Colleen and Urian, their whole little clique. It was the ones that brought him back to life as kind of a power play to advance on Bison, right?
Yeah.
And he came back with all his memories intact and whatever, and his sole purpose was to kill Bison. That's all he wanted to do in life, was kill Bison. After getting over the like, what the fuck, why am I alive, kind of thing. That was basically all he had on his mind. And the way they left it off, he didn't really make it out of this game.
That's sad and unfortunate.
Yeah, well, because like his resurrection was never a permanent thing, right? There was a time limit on it from the beginning, which he kind of found out later on down the road, but they never showed him like go, but it's pretty much assumed that he's gone.
Applied.
Yeah.
Well, in the Street Fighter Resurrection, he, if I remember correctly, he was hunting to find Bison, to find his purpose, and he actually ends up attacking Ryu and Ken because he thought that he was part of it or something. It's been a while since I've seen it. Um, like I don't want to give anything away since you may actually end up watching it too. So I'll leave it at that. Like, but yeah, he was after Bison as well in the movie, pretty much for the most part. You know, trying to but he was also controlled, if I recall. It was it's tough, man. It's been like 7 years or something since I seen that thing.
Yeah.
So it's been a while. It's been a while now. All right. Moving onwards, we're gonna go to Chun Li next. I know that's your character for a lot of things. You wanna?
She's my most played character in this game by far. Like, well, I didn't
But
even.
is she your favorite though?
I didn't
That's the
even
other thing.
realize it. I love her in this game, but her execution is rough, dude. You got to be on point to be able to play this character effectively. You know, that's basically
The
what
one
it boils
thing I
down to.
can't stand when like when playing you or any Chun player is that floating freaking flash kicks that she does, where you jump up like midway and you're just floating with them kicks, and I'm like, huh? Like,
Oh, you talking about like the air legs?
yeah.
Yeah, and it's because she's got the instant air legs, basically, which is again execution. It's hard to do.
I believe that. It looks like
Um,
it's not that easy. So what are you doing?
but
You jumping and mashing the buttons?
no. Okay, so she does have mash for legs, but it's also got a quarter circle. All right, quarter circle kick. You get
Ah,
light, medium, or heavy legs. Right
okay.
now, to do instant air legs, you essentially do a tiger knee motion, right? Which would be down to up
That's not easy.
forward.
That's not easy to do.
So, well, that's the problem. See, now the problem with this is she has to be so far off the ground before it'll initiate. So essentially, if you just do down to up forward and hit kick, you're going to be hitting kick too soon.
Hmm.
So I learned a trick, like even in season 1, from Ricky Ortiz of all people.
Really?
Okay,
Okay.
yeah,
I didn't
because
know Ricky Ortiz played Chun Li. Okay.
yeah, no, like
Big time.
season 1, that's like
We met Ricky
all they
too.
played.
I
Yeah,
remember.
we met them at Summer Jam as well.
Yeah.
But I did the you do basically the tiger knee,
Yeah.
to the up forward, and then you go down forward. And that extra bit of time that it takes you to go from up forward to down forward and then hit the kick, it puts you at just the right. It's basically just a dead input to kill time to get you in the exact position.
Okay.
That so whenever you hit the kick, you're at the exact height you need to be as low as you can off the ground for that to initiate. Because if you do this right and it actually connects on the way down, it's comboable from the ground. You can hit them on the way down um
Oh,
with
and
the
as
instant
you're
air
coming
legs.
down, you
And
land, and then you continue.
you can get a crouching light punch, right? Now, her crouching light punch leads to her standing medium punch and leads to her crouching medium kick, which leads to legs, EX legs.
Oh
If you
wow!
got the timing right for it, you can do medium bird kick.
So
But
you're
I
you're
mean,
you're you're pretty much laying out the traps, and then once you
yeah,
get them,
it's a bit of a trap because it'll catch people off guard. They see you go to jump, but you don't go that high off the ground, and all of a sudden you got feet in your face. You know what I
yeah,
mean?
yeah. I see that. I can understand that. That's cool though.
Because it's kind of a short hop, right?
Well,
It's
that's
not
what
a
it looks
full
like. Yeah, that's what it
it's
looks
not a
like.
full jump. It's like a little short hop. So
That's why I
it's
was
kind
always
of
like, how does he? Huh? It's like as if you're jumping, but you're canceling out into it.
it is. It's like jump cancel. Yeah.
There you go. There you go. And now people are finally getting the secrets of how these things happen in Street Fighter Five. There's not
Yeah.
much time left, folks. Grab these secrets, run, and start practicing. Get this thing out because Street Fighter Six is on the
They
horizon.
still work in 6. Well, okay. Now,
They stay working six.
instant air legs and 6 cannot be comboed into on the ground unless it counter hits. I think if it counter hits, you might be able to get a crouching jab, but otherwise no.
You're not able
You
to do
can't do
something.
anything. Yeah.
Do you like her as much in six?
I like her. I think I like her more in 6.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, they gave they changed her quite a bit. Okay. they gave her Tenchu kicks back,
Okay.
right? Which, if you don't know, that's like the upward, like, think of a Chun-Li DP. It was her going upward with the kicks, right?
Yeah.
Her EX bird kick is no longer stationary and used as an anti-air. It's actually a combo extender, because it floats them at the end, so you can follow it up with all kinds of stuff.
Right.
She's some of her just like her links, like some of her links are interesting compared to what they are in 5, like buttons to buttons that lead into other things, you know. But the biggest thing that really draws my attention to her is she has a stance where she goes into that like crouching lotus stance, right?
Oh
Now
yeah,
this
yeah.
is that's a special move. It's literally a quarter circle back and punch. Any button can be canceled into this. Okay. From that stance, she has 6 different moves, 6 different buttons. So essentially, because okay,
It's like a
Chun-Li's
different mode.
Chun-Li's all about poking, right? She's always been about buttons. You know, every one of her buttons has always got a purpose, and she's got long reach, and just, you know, that's what she's always been about. They just took it to the next level. It was like, well, we've only got 6 buttons. We ran out of buttons, so let's give her a stance so we can give her 6 more fucking buttons.
Oh shit. Okay.
Yeah, it's wild.
So like she basically, it's like a kung fu master switching stances, going from one
But it's
style
not
to another.
you can't move during that. She'll literally just crouch down with her arms out, you know, like you ever seen her crouch, just her crouching stance in Third Strike where she's like got her arms out. She goes into that stance, but it's an actual stance that any button you press is a unique special, or is a unique special button specifically out of that stance. So you've got all kinds of new chances for combinations of you can literally launch from, you know, like, you know, her standing fierce punch, right?
Yeah.
Just, it's always been the same. It's just that long reach straight punch. You can cancel that into the stance and hit heavy kick, and all of a sudden she'll throw that leg up into the air. She does that little split high kick.
Okay.
So you can go from that standing fierce punch and launch them into the air and chase them and jump up after them.
Head stomps?
Yeah, there's much more you can do, but yeah, head stomps is part.
One of them.
Yeah,
one of them.
yeah. Well, typically you go up.
I just imagining it, because she had that in. I'm like picturing that in 3, like she would launch them in there and then she would do the head stomps. That's kind of where my thought process went.
Yeah. Well, she didn't have the only way she launched them in 3 was from her super, right? But the end of that super is that high kick that launches.
High kick, right? That's what I'm visualizing.
Yeah. But it's only from the super. She can just do that.
But
kick.
In this, she can do this.
She can just do that kick and launch you. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm thinking developer wise, they probably pulled it from 3 from that high kick.
And like, she also has that super in 6. She has her third strike super in 6. The Let's Go Justin super, yeah, it's in 6. Yeah, that's her level 2.
Let's go Justin. And story wise in 5.
Story wise at 5. Okay, so this is the origin story of her getting Feng Lei, the little girl.
Yep.
Okay. In 3, you see her with the little girl. 5 is the kind of the prequel to that. In the storyline, it's where she finds her in the Shadowloo base. This little girl is a mastermind tech, right? That they were using to help make these satellites that they were using to extend Bison psycho power around the world and all that blah 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 blah. But anyway, this is where she infiltrates Shadowloo base with the other team of everybody to take down Bison. Ends up finding this little girl. At the end of it all, takes her home. So this is the start of that. And in 6,
that little girl in 6,
that little girl in 6 is now pretty much almost a teenager, if not a teenager.
That's true. She looks like she's like 12 or something.
Yeah, she's close. She's like a tween, right?
Yeah. I could see that. But interesting to see where it goes. I wonder, like, clearly we know Cammy's with Interpol. Does Chun-Li still have any connections and ties to that? That's
It doesn't
another
look
thing.
like it though,
It
right?
doesn't. It doesn't. You're right. It looks
She's
like she's like
just
an old kung fu master.
she is just living in Chinatown, living her
Yep.
best life as a kung fu master. Yeah.
Yep. That's she and Ryu have they're like at a different level. They're like at master level when you look
Yeah,
at
yeah,
them,
yeah.
right?
Right.
Like that's just my take on it. You know, when you look at the way they present Ryu and
Just
they present
how they
Chun-Li,
just refined her look. She's so
yes,
hard here, right? She's
Well, I
got the
like what they.
spike collars
I
and
was just gonna
everything.
say about the spike collars. I like what they did with the bands. Like she
They
doesn't
gave her
have
the
the
bands
spikes.
that
Yeah,
symbolize the spike collars. They have the little bumps on them, and then they're colored in the shape of what the spikes would be, but they're smooth.
yeah. It's more like a style. Like she's
Yeah.
just being stylish now. But you could tell she's like fine wine, if you will.
Oh yeah, she's aged so well. Yeah.
Right. Like
Dude, she
that's the way I
looks
was expressing
so good, dude, in six. It's the best she's ever looked. She's like the one character too. I'm glad whenever they tone down and all the female figures from
Oh, yeah.
5 going into 6, man, Chun-Li was just perfect.
I mean, what they did with her, like appearance wise, in 5, the legs were just too damn thick. Like, I
Oh no,
love
no.
the
She's
skin,
got the legs in 6. Her thighs are fucking wild.
but no,
But
no, 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 no. They're thicker in 5, but the thing is that like what you were saying with Cammy, how everything's more muscular. The same with her in 5. Like it's not proportioned like well. In 6, it's redefined where it's
so
toned down,
it's
but it's also
technology,
curved.
dude. It's technology. Okay.
Oh, so you're gonna say it's more on the graphics that
No,
it's the
okay.
development of the
I don't
graphics.
know if you've seen this or not, right? But you look at they've shown this where like Ryu, for example, is just standing there. And then all of a sudden he flexes and you see him go from like this slender kind of build and then his muscles just kind of pop out.
You're
Like
talking
they
about the
actually
original trailer with him and Luke.
no, not even. Not there's been stuff since then,
Okay.
right? But you can see the muscle definition come out from under like the the fatty layer of like your human skin, right?
Yeah, it's
But
more
where
realistic.
if
Like
you were to flex, that would
he's
pop
flexing.
through. Yeah, and it's like I feel like they did that with everybody, and the females included.
Yeah,
So
but the
like they
females
look
they
more
look more
slender and
right.
everything.
Right.
But if
Right.
they were to
Exactly.
flex, you would see the definition. But they're not.
Well, they're
They're
not.
just
They're
standing there.
standard, yeah.
Where in
Standard positions,
5,
not gonna flex.
they're just standing there. They're just bulked out, showing all the definition of the muscles because
True.
the technology wasn't there.
Yeah, we're talking about 7 years later, so makes sense. I don't know. I just can't wait to see more of what they do with them in
Yeah.
6. But I gotta tell you, like, I went to conventions and stuff. I love those outfits they introduced in the games. God bless them because I have like photos of myself with like cosplayers and things like that. Man,
Oh, you talking about
some of these girls
like
with
the
the
Chun-Li
cosplay,
outfit with like the
yeah,
slits, the
with the
slit
slit,
dress all the
yeah,
way
yeah,
up the
yeah.
oh my
That's
god.
what I'm talking about.
Did you ever see the chick? She was in like I don't know, like a South American country or something. I don't know if she was Brazilian or something, but she
The
took a
thick legs,
picture. She
yeah,
took a picture in this nice dress, and everybody's like, "Oh, that is a sick Chun-Li cosplay." And she's like, "Who the fuck's Chun-Li?"
yeah. I know that she was. It
Did
was the
you did?
black dress. It was the
Yes,
black dress.
yes.
I know
She had
exactly what you're
no
talking about.
clue. She had no clue.
I know
But she was
exactly
a
what you're talking about.
spitting image of like Chun-Li in that dress.
I
It was
have
fucking hilarious.
I have to dig it up, but I don't know where it is. But I remember meeting this one girl in Comic Con who was cosplaying Chun Li with that black dress. She even had the design and everything. She was like on point. Um, I think she was Spanish. I don't remember the like what her background was, but she had the look. She just had the darker tone, but she
Complexion,
had
yeah.
right the complexion. But she had the look. Like she had the straight hair coming down. She had it all like on point. It was really on point, and she was pretty. She was a pretty girl too. Like I'll give her that. But man, it's the cosplay. God bless him. Like because of the stuff that whatever. And there's other cosplayers that I've seen and stuff. But man,
Oh yeah, like some of the Laura cosplayers that
oh,
literally went
that's
out of
even.
their way to make a Bonita shirt. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah. But like it's really like these games they just do it. They just do it. But yeah, Chun-Li, I'm happy that she
But
has
they
evolved.
definitely gave the women a lot more dignity in six moving forward for
Oh
sure.
yeah, a lot. And I'm happy because with the way they have Chun-Li looking, it's not like like she's conservative with the way
Yeah.
she's her appearances, and that's how it should be. Like for the most part, and I respect that. Like even Cammy, like yeah, okay, she's got whatever, and it's tight. Like the whole outfit is tight. We know.
Yeah.
God bless spandex, but at the same time, it's not like she's wearing something like a mini skirt or whatever. You know what I
Right,
mean?
right, right. She's
Like
fully
it's
clothed and covered and
exactly, and that sends a big message too. Like because kids growing up and stuff these days, they really should whatever because they're playing these
yeah.
games
Well,
for the
I
most
mean,
part.
we're talking all this shit now, but we haven't seen skins drop yet.
Oh
So
no, yeah, it's true too.
yeah. Because they already have like the full set of like the World Warrior skins.
Mhm.
So that means Cammy is gonna have a green leotard skin.
Damn it, I need to
It's
pre-order the game.
matter of fact, there was a blurry screenshot of it leaked from like a year ago.
Seriously? Damn, I
Yeah.
didn't even know. Oh my god, especially that end pose. Mm.
Yeah.
He's a yeah.
Well, see, and the funny thing is people made a joke about at the end of that pose, she kind of turns around and puts her hand
Right at this
right.
spot.
Yeah,
Yeah, we
and
know.
people are saying I guarantee you they designed that to protect their ass whenever she's in the leotard.
Right, because that would be
Yeah, that would be a money shot, right? Like,
I'm pretty sure they're gonna have some edits where that money shot will be visible.
right. Well, I mean, damn well, like, there's very lewd or just no clothed, you know, skins you can just download.
Yeah,
So,
yeah, I can see that. I can see that.
it's gonna exist. So
I'm pretty sure.
you can't stop the modders, you know what I mean?
No. I'm pretty sure that's the case.
So they might as well keep their characters as conservative as possible and just if somebody else wants to, run wild with it, let them do it. Keep your own hands clean.
Oh yeah. Oh, definitely.
Because they're
So
trying to make this is all esports, man. They literally Street Fighter 5, they had Street Fighter 5 on ESPN one year, and they had to
wow.
limit costumes that people could use on some of these female characters because of it being on broadcast television or cable television, whatever it was, but still like they, they literally had to go to like special regards for ESPN. Like Mika could not use her default costume.
Isn't that why the tracksuit exists?
Partially. But like, yeah, like if anybody played Mika, they had to play her story mode costume, which is the one where, it's just kind of,
It
it's
takes
got like,
the
it's
heart
got like,
out of the
it's,
boobs.
well, no, it goes up over one shoulder. But it goes down into like, it's still like spandex, but it goes down into like shorts. Like her and Geef like have matching uniforms.
Okay.
But yeah, there was a handful of costumes that they were like, look, we gotta keep this PG.
No, that makes sense. That makes sense. That makes sense. I think we should keep going down
Yeah,
the list.
keep going.
Next one up was Cody.
He is now the mayor.
Yeah, I don't know. I want to know the story to that. Like, how is it that he goes from a jailbird to a mayor?
He doesn't even know, dude. He doesn't even really know. And that's the funny thing about it is, like, you know, he just kind of comes, he gets out of jail, and like he kind of gets put into this role. It wasn't even by his own doing. Like,
That's weird.
yeah. So like he's the mayor, and he's doing a good job, but like he's still got that fighting spirit. Like even in his like story mode in Street Fighter 5, is him kind of just sneaking out of the office and going and picking fights out in the street to clean up Metro City. You know,
Yeah, well, that was
and then he comes back and gets scolded for it by his like secretaries and stuff that are there to just kind of keep an eye on him, you know, make sure he's not acting up, and he's out there acting up. You know what I mean?
yeah. No, that's cool. But I remember some of that now. Now that you said it, I was like, yeah, actually, that all came back to me. Like he was, his persona was going out and fighting, like what you said there. I remember that. But
because, you know, his goal is, you know, he truly does want to clean up Metro City, and he kind of got put into the position of being mayor to kind of help do that. But like there's the political side of doing that, then there's like get your hands dirty that he's more familiar with, and that's what he wants to do. But in the meantime, they're all trying to get him to do all of the political business, and he doesn't want anything to do with it.
yeah. I just, like, my curiosity is, how does he become mayor? Like, everybody probably wants to know.
Yeah, like I said, he got kind of just thrown into the role. Like
Maybe something with the Illuminati.
Cords were pulled. No, it was all within Metro City, right?
Was
well,
it?
I guess
Was it?
yeah. But
Well, it's all one universe now, so it's like,
yeah,
that makes sense. Could be something with that. But he, mechanics wise, I thought he was just like, for the
play
most part,
style.
yeah.
He was pretty spot on. You know, a little twerk, little tweak here and there.
But for the most part, he was like what he played like in 4.
Yeah, only he's got like the tornado as an actual projectile, right? Rather than just the super. But it's also the super, right?
Well, that was like Alpha. Alpha, didn't he have the projectiles?
No, he picked up the rocks and threw the rocks.
Oh, that's right. He did throw the rocks.
Or if he had the knife, he picked up the knife and chucked the knife.
Did they have the... No, but they had that in this too. Didn't they?
Okay, that's a V trigger.
Or is that 4? No, I'm mixing it up with 4.
He's got 2 different V triggers. One of them, it's great because, man, they really went all in on the final fight for this character. Because V trigger 1, he got the knife and he got different combos with the knife. He could throw the knife. V trigger 2, he had the pipe, which was a whole different move set. The whole different move set with the pipe. You get the whole different combo strings and stuff with the pipe. You know, it was really cool. Like, and then like his V skill 1, he did the little like jump in the air helicopter kick, like from Final Fight, right? That like his special in Final Fight. Like if you press this jump and attack button, you know, and it does a little bit of damage to you to do like the little AoE move, right? Now in Street Fighter 5, his V skill, it did damage to him, but it did gray damage.
Ooh, okay.
So it was they stayed really. It was just fun to see. Like they had a lot of fun making this character. You know, they made a nice Final Fight Cody.
I'm pretty sure
he's cool new history.
I'm pretty sure they're gonna bring him into 6. Come on, they have.
I mean, the whole story takes place in Metro City, man. Yeah. You can't have Metro City without the mayor.
Precisely.
If he's still the mayor, if he's, this is kind of trucking along into the future.
He could be back as Jailbird, or they could even turn it around. Like, imagine if, hypothetically, okay, because in Final Fight he went to go rescue, I think, his sister, right? Wasn't it his sister?
I think it was. Yeah.
So imagine if the Mad Gear, gang ends up getting him and killing him, let's say. And then the sister's out for revenge, and the sister's a playable character.
Yeah, well, Hagar's supposed to be dead, right? Mike Hagar?
What do you mean? What do you mean Hagar's dead? When
I'm
did he
pretty
die?
sure Mike Hagar is supposed to be dead.
Who killed him?
I think that's kind of like why he ended up being mayor. It's because Hagar was dead. I'm not really sure. I'm not 100% sure, but I'm pretty sure like Hagar is dead. Like even in Metro City, there's a giant statue of
Hagar?
Mike Hagar. Yeah.
Well, last time I saw Hagar, he was in Ultimate Marvel 3.
Well, yeah, but none of that's canon to anything, right? It's
No, that's not canon.
This is a collage of characters.
That's not canon at all. Like, I'm just curious, when did he actually die? Like, what is his death about? Yeah, a whole bunch of people on Reddit are like, Mike Hagar is dead? Like, and it's in Street Fighter 6 relation. Like, interesting. But I could see.
Oh, yeah, I'm showing on Reddit. Like it even shows the statue. It's like, is Mike Hagar dead? Yes, he is.
Yeah, that's the one I was looking at too. Let's see. Yeah, no, I don't see anything else about. So I guess we'll find out in 6 what happened to Hagar.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. Well, aside from that, I'm pretty sure either Cody will be dead too, and his sister will come back, or maybe Guy will be in it to avenge him. I don't know. Or maybe he will be.
I don't know if we're going to see Guy. We got Kimberly that's kind of filling that role, right?
What if there's some kind of connection between the two? Kind of like
who do you think trained her?
Right, but with all the more reason for him to be in the game. You know what I mean?
Well, say that again. Sorry.
I said with all the more reason for him to actually be in the game.
Yeah. Hey.
Could very well be.
You know, at the end of the day, you can only fit so many characters in a fucking video game, man. So, I don't know. We'll see.
Listen, they got up to the high 40s as we keep going down this list. I'm pretty sure they're going to have a good chunk of characters for 6 as well.
I'm sure.
And they're going to be bringing back characters. They brought back the OG 8. The original.
Yeah, out the gate.
Right. So just food for thought. Like, they've got room for expansion. Talking about OGs, this was not an OG, but this character deserves some respect too. Last season, right? Last season, I think he came about. I think he came in.
Oh yeah, no, that's season 5. Yep.
Yeah, he came in the last season, if I remember correctly.
Yeah. And another joke character story-wise. He's not as much of a good joke character. He's still a joke character as a fighter, but he can still be played as a serious fighter, right?
This one's still serious.
Yeah, well, he still has all his funny business. Like even his V skills are taunts, but they're functional taunts, right? Yeah. He has a super that he still has his taunt super that can actually get you one shot if you decide to do such things.
Right.
But as a functional playable character, he's pretty good.
He's very good.
He's pretty mid-tier by the end of everything. But for Dan, that's the best he's ever been.
I think so too.
He's always been a bottom tier character, hands down. No matter what game he's in, Street Fighter 5, he's pretty mid tier. That's saying a lot for 46 characters. That there's probably about 20 characters you're better than. Like that's wild.
Is that where he ended up?
Yeah, somewhere in there. He's pretty right in the middle.
I'm curious. I'm gonna look it up because we
always looking at tier list.
Yes, sir. According to Street Fighter V Champion Edition tier list on Event Hubs, he's last
No, that's garbage. That's not even. It's nowhere near right.
Just throwing it out there.
That's not true in any way, shape, or form.
All right. Well, that's based on votes. That's community votes.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
guess it
And
just
half
didn't get
these
a lot of
people
love.
voting are probably just seeing the name Dan, never played Street Fighter 5 in their life, and they're like, oh, it's Dan. He's got to be terrible, right?
Right. And
So,
just
yeah,
making that
no.
assumption. Could very well be. Who was it? It was Cham. Cham ended up playing Dan in like one of our first Street Fighter 5 tournaments, and he did great with Dan. He played him very well, from what I recall. Do you remember
Yeah.
that?
Oh yeah, no. I like watching Cham play Dan. It's pretty funny.
It was funny. Yeah, it was. He did pretty well. He went far with him too, from what I recall. So, all right. Well, story wise, like you said, he was pretty much like a joke.
All right, so like I'm looking at like an established player, Punk, right? He's got him a little bit lower. He's like lower mid, but he's like B plus, but still, it's still better than he's ever been.
Oh, I totally agree. Totally. All right. How do we move on to Dalzine? Stretch.
Dalzim kind of just played the master in the story through this game. Like Ryu was going to him for advice on how to suppress Satsuki no Haru and so on and so forth. Like he was just being the wise man, right? He is the fighting pacifist that he's always been.
He had a fight with Nikali, from what I recall, too.
He had a fight with Ryu.
He had a fight with Ryu. He had a fight with Nikali.
Yeah.
He had a good role in the game, I felt.
Yeah. I mean, he was pretty much like the cornerstone to like help, getting people assembled and everything to go take on Bison and whatnot. He had a key role in getting Ryu in the right state of mind to be able to overcome his darkness.
He guided him. But I like the appearance. I like what they did. They gave him like a turban, and he has a beard and all that. I thought that was pretty cool.
Yeah. I like the visuals that they gave him in this.
I thought so too. I thought it was awesome. Shit.
Bro, he looks really good in 6. Yeah, man, he looks amazing in 6.
I need to step away for a minute. I need to step away. You know how you had a kid situation? I have a kid situation too.
You got a puppy.
I got a little puppy. I don't know what he wants from me. I'll be right back. You want me to go to the next character, or do you want to?
You can switch it. I'll talk about it for a minute. See what we got. Hopefully,
this one I don't know much about. This one I know what we talked about before, but I hate to make you sound like a broken record, but you might want to do that. I'll step away for a minute. I'll be right back.
Yeah. Who do we got? I didn't even look.
Oh, it's Ed.
Oh, it's Ed.
Which is we'll just show it real quick. My two dads.
Yep. Oh yeah. We're backed up to Ed.
We're back to my two dads.
Yeah.
So,
spawned as a body for Bison.
Go ahead. I'll be right back, brother.
Yeah. Go ahead. This man was created in a test tube as a body for Bison, injected with psycho power, and then ended up being cast out just to be found and raised by Balrog. And now he's a real boy, his own man, so to speak, and he kind of broke himself off from Balrog and left him kind of beside himself. It was kind of a sad story. We already kind of talked about this a little bit, but kind of a monster in the game now. Matter of fact, our Street Fighter 5 tournament we just had yesterday was won by an Ed. Go figure. A new concept of a character that was put into Street Fighter 5 because his the only motion inputs that he has of any sort are his super. Everything else is either just a directional input or multiple buttons. His uppercut is 2 punches. His little leaping kick is 2 kicks, and then as a follow-up of 2 punches when he's in the sky. His flicker punches is literally just mashing, as like think Blanca electricity. Just mash a button 3 times and you get flicker punches. What is it? You got forward heavy punch. Is it forward or back heavy punch? It's kind of a weird charge punch. Forward medium punch does a little like psycho power uppercut, and if you hit the medium punch again, he shoots a fire. Like, and then his super is like a double quarter circle and a punch. But yeah, he's a very simplified, simplistic character as far as moves go, but like he's anything but when it comes to like his play style. He's got good combos, he's got a good amount of damage, decent move mobility, walk speed, really interesting V triggers and V skills. He's a really well-rounded character. And then they gave him a little extra oomph on the final patch for the game to where his you can cancel his flicker strike and do like an EX dash punch out of it for a nice little chunk of damage. It's just like a little hit confirm, little extra little bit that I think it really kind of buffed the hell out of him, honestly. It gave him a little something to do out of the flicker strikes. But outside of that, there's not a whole lot to say. He's him and his sister. Back. Hey, welcome back. He's got a sister, Falk. She kind of works the same way.
What the Falk? What the
Falk?
But
what the Falk, Ed?
Did you also mention our end of an era tournament?
Yep, sure did.
You did. Okay. All right. So then, let me know. You ready to move on to the next one?
Yeah, we're good, man. That was pretty.
I thought Ed was cool, and the guy who played him. Shout out to Zhao, Lord Zhao, who won our tournament.
Lord Zhao / Trillionaire.
Yep, Trillionaire, man. Shit. He proved that Ed is like the best character in that game.
He competed in our Street Fighter 6 tournament last weekend. Did pretty good too.
Yes, he did.
Can't wait to see what this guy is like. He's asking, "Are you guys going to do more of these down the road when 6 comes out?" Because he wants to be around for him. So hopefully we'll see more of him.
I hope so. Very skilled player, and we'll find out how things roll. Next on the list is 11.
This character doesn't have a story. Outside of that, he's meant to be a prototype of 12.
I was just about to say.
That's pretty much about as far as that goes.
The model before 12. That's what he is.
Yeah, go figure. You got 11 and then you got 12. Man, that's big brain. Apparently Necro is supposed to be like 10 or 8 or something.
Yeah. Can I get my gold star for that?
The only purpose in this character is to be a random select character that also gives you random V trigger, random V skill. That's his entire purpose in this game. There's no story behind him. There's nothing.
If you beat the game as him, you don't get a story at all?
I don't think you can play him.
Oh, really?
I don't think there's any way I don't think you can play him anywhere in like a story fashion. Yeah. I think he's literally only usable in like online functionality.
See, I would have thought he's more like something that Seth was developing or something, or you'd find out because it's clearly from Shadowloo. You know what I mean? From that.
No, they're not. It's actually from the Illuminati.
Oh, it's from the Illuminati. I thought it was always from that lab that Seth had. That's what I thought.
Sin? Well, maybe it was Sin Lab.
That's what I was thinking. It was Sin, yeah. That was always my thought process. That's why I was wondering if 11 and 12 come from this, from the Sin Lab. So that's something to maybe look up.
Yeah. For some reason, I was thinking it was Illuminati, but you might be right. It might be Sin, but it's kind of hard to say because of the fact that Sin didn't exist when 12 was created, right?
Well, apparently, hold on. I just looked it
12,
up.
12 showed up in Street Fighter 3 before Sin was introduced into the Street Fighter series. So that's why I was assuming it had to have been Illuminati.
Well, to be clear, it says on Google flat out, the 11 is an earlier prototype of 12, created by the secret society's Dr. Wu, produced by reforming plants rather than animals. Urian has 11 transform into a copy of himself to test its abilities and
Okay,
causes
so
heavy
it is
damage to it.
a secret society, which is the Illuminati.
Illuminati, you were right all along. So I, for whatever reason, thought that it was the Sin Lab because they did those experiments and stuff. So it's kind of
it makes sense, right? Because that's, I mean, Seth himself is, just a product of that kind of same kind of experimentation.
Exactly, which is why my mind immediately went to that.
But if you think about the timeline, when did 12 exist? It was in the 90s in Street Fighter 3.
True.
Long before Jury or Seth or the idea of Sin even existed. So who else was there? There was Shadow Lu and there's the Illuminati. Well, it was Street Fighter 3. There was no Shadow Lu, so it had to be the Illuminati. Process of elimination.
Good call. But yeah, moving on. You were talking about what the Falk earlier. Falk, sister of Ed.
The good
Shadow
psycho power kids. these are like the combat kids, right? Like, you look at Mortal Kombat and you got like Cassie Cage and Jackie Briggs, right? you got Ed and Falk, right? They're like the combat kids of Street Fighter.
More like the rejected kids, the bastard kids.
Yeah, they really, I mean, they kind of are. But
it's true.
They're like, they're pretty anti-Shadow Lu.
They are
at this point. So whether or not they're out to do good or just a different kind of evil is kind of yet to be seen. But the way their demeanor and everything about them, like, she does not come across as like an evil character, right? She seems to want to do good. Ed seems to be kind of on the fence. I mean, he was raised by Balrog, he's just kind of he's got kind of that douchebag mentality, right?
He's a brawler.
Yeah.
I fight, buddy!
Where she's like, she's out to prevent like anybody else being harmed or treated the way she was. And
is that what that was in the story?
Yeah. Yeah, essentially that's kind of like what you get out of it,
Okay.
But again, we're looking at a whole new thing. We got this Neo Shadow Lu group, right? Which is her and Ed. And there was, within the story of Street Fighter 5, there were screenshots of the two of them with a whole group of people. One of them being like a monkey, like a straight up fucking monkey. That's supposed to be like brilliant. Yeah.
But I don't know if that's gonna make it though.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Like, it depends. We have no idea what they're doing with the story of this game. So if Neo Shadow Lu becomes a thing, I think we will see more characters from it, even if it's only one.
Well, but they did say that they were going to have Ed, so I would imagine
Ed is part of season 1 DLC, man.
There you go. I'm basically.
I think he's the second character to come out. I think Rashid is the first, and then Ed.
I'm thinking that she's not that far along either, or she'll make it because she got the magic stick.
There's a whole slew. They got the whole list of. We're not going to hear anything about more DLC characters for at least another year. At least.
That sucks.
Because the last DLC from Street Fighter 6 Season 1 is Akuma, and he's scheduled to come out in literally 1 year from now.
Well, that sucks. You hear that? You hear that, folks? We got to wait.
Yeah. So, then it's like after he comes out, you're going to have a little while before you see like an announcement for season 2 DLC, which is probably something that'll happen during like Evo of 2024. You'll probably see like a DLC announcement for season 2 in Street Fighter 6. That's typically about how their timelines run.
That makes sense. And that would be the place to do it too.
Yeah, like that
during their tournament too.
Like that arcade edition trailer that you showed, that was shown at Evo.
There you go. The $1 million tournament, that's what, this year or the next?
That will be throughout this year, and the finals for it will probably be sometime Capcom Cup finales end in around February of the next following year, so it'll be 2024ish.
Okay, but that's going to be like the people that are in the Capcom Cup, mostly the international players, more than likely. I'm thinking.
Yeah, it's going to be everybody in the United States, Japan, whatever other countries,
whoever makes it, right?
Yeah.
Well,
all right, moving on. Love you, Falk, but can't. You have to go home, but you can't stay here.
Now, this was somebody that you were messing with originally. From what
oh God, Fang. That's the biggest mistake of anybody's life. Seriously, this character is such a freaking joke.
Now, he is a joke character. I mean, the way they introduced him originally, it was like one of Bison's top henchmen, and then
he's number 2,
right? And then it's like, what? Give me a break.
He's kind of the
Poison.
He's a brilliant scientist. He's designed this whole contraption for the satellites to help Bison like expand his psycho power across the globe and so on and so forth. He's completely evil to the core. He was originally sent as an assassin to kill Bison, failed, and then just gave him his servitude essentially, and then now worships the ground he walks on.
He really was worshiping the ground he walks on.
Yeah. He's the one that killed Rashid's best friend that got... Okay, so just a quick TLDR of how the story goes, okay? There's fucking all these satellites that they put around the world that are, once triggered, are used to pretty much extrude psycho power, going to absorb like energy out of these cities and everything else, and like blast them with psycho power, whatever the hell they're doing. Right now, each one of these satellites had a key, right? Rashid's friend was in Shadowloop base, whether he was working there, whether he infiltrated it, I'm not really 100% sure. I think he was one of the scientists that was kind of used to help create this stuff, right? Well, he stole all the keys and he sent them out to all the different world warriors to keep for safekeeping, right? Fang found out about it, turned the guy into a puddle of goo. Literally, it showed it, but in the thing. Like,
was this the friend that was with Rashid?
No, not Azir, not Azir.
Not Azir. Okay.
Yeah.
Not the big guy.
No,
this is the friend before.
Yes, there was somebody else. It was somebody unknown, unseen. You caught a glimpse of him whenever Fang was kind of chasing him around and literally hit him with poison, turned him into a literal pile of purple goo. But yeah, so it was, and that's how Rashid kind of got into all of this, because he ended up with one of the keys himself, and then he's going around trying to collect some more of these keys because he's wanting to go, like, essentially defend his friend that was killed and put a stop to Shadowloo and what their shenanigans are and everything else. So.
Yeah. Okay. Playability wise,
Dude, he's a super fun character. He's actually fun, but he's garbage. He's fucking garbage. His damage output just doesn't exist because the whole poison factor, they tried to mitigate his actual damage output to accommodate for the loss of life from the poison. Now, mind you, you cannot die to poison. Okay, it could take you down to literally 1 hit point, but you will never die from it.
You've done the experiment?
Oh yeah. I've fucking chased people around and they were poisoned and they had no health and it just didn't die.
Okay.
But yeah, I mean, his moveset is really quirky. It's weird. He could be kind of a zoner. He can be kind of rushdown. He's got some really wild buttons. Everything he does hits twice. He has this whole theme of 2, so it's kind of weird. Like his standing medium kick, his crouching medium kick, his crouching medium punch, his standing medium. Oh no, his crouching medium punch doesn't. His standing medium punch does. His standing heavy kick does. They all hit twice. They all have like 2 hits.
If you first don't succeed, try again.
Yeah, which makes it really weird because like a lot of this stuff it's cancelable, but it's only cancelable after the first hit, which kind of nerfs the crap out of his damage too. So like, I don't know. It's like he's cool. His design was all right, but I feel like it just still needed a little bit more work, and they never really gave the guy much love after the release. Anyway,
they probably saw the lack of interest.
Well, he was. Yeah, there was a few people that played him. There's some really good fans out there. Don't get me wrong. There's some people that will just have your eyes crossed because he's all over the stage and you can't keep up with him. Right?
Really?
But,
okay.
Yeah, dude, he's quick. He's fucking quick. He's got air moves. Like they gave him like that weird float in the air where you can jump, hit three punches, and he'll like kind of re-jump. Yeah, it's kind of wild. Like and you can actually like combo with that. Like you can like hit somebody in the air like a jumping medium punch and hit the 3 punches and fly towards them and hit them again before they hit the ground. It's just fancy and fun. Still doesn't do much damage. Nothing he does much damage.
Yeah.
Probably got the worst super in the game.
No, that super was just.
It's whack. It's whack as fuck.
That was.
All right, moving on. This character is. You're never gonna see him again.
Mr. President Q. I mean G.
Oh man, the implementations of this character, man. Is he really Q? I'd say yes. His entire design is based off of Q. His entire move set is based off of Q. Like you can look at their move sets side by side, and they move exactly the same way. He's just has
big like him.
Different moves. And it's known that the Illuminati is after him for some reason or another. This guy was supposed to be, in one way or another, kind of the big baddie of this game, but you never really find out why. It's all like cryptic and hidden, and it's freaking weird, man.
Part of the Illuminati.
Well, he's not part of the Illuminati.
No, I meant the cryptic stuff. Like,
yeah.
It's meant to be that way.
Rose plays a part in like kind of like finding him and being like, you're part of something that's could possibly end the world. It's that serious. You know what I mean? Like he could potentially be part of something that puts an end to the planet. And it's speculated that the Illuminati actually did get a hold of him, siphoned out whatever the hell kind of powers he had within him. And all that was left was Q. It was just this shell. And that's a powerhouse, you know what I mean? Because it's I don't know, everything about him is just so mysterious.
I think he's overall
But
a cool character.
he is the world president.
He is. But he never became like they never actually gave him any much story to that other than
People of
just
planet Earth.
yeah.
Which makes it sound like he's an alien, right? Because he does say shit like that. He refers to the people of planet Earth.
And then he has that gold aurora that goes around him. Like,
Yeah, like
what's that about?
it's like constantly like moving around his skin and everything. Um, and that's part of like his whatever the hell power they're trying to like get from him. That's part of it. Yeah, I don't know. It's so convoluted, man. And I hope that they literally explain this at some point in time, because
I hope
it's
so too.
such an interesting concept of a story that like this guy came out of nowhere and he's a ridiculous power. Like story lore wise, he's like ridiculously powerful. But he's kind of batshit crazy.
Yeah, he's definitely batshit crazy. I mean, I could definitely see why you would think that. I mean, based on the things he says and does. Come on,
It's
But-
Super Tuesday. It's like what?
like what the hell? Like it's like
That's
left
like
field.
that's like an American like political thing. Super Tuesday really exists. It's part of like our our political thing here in America, but it doesn't
Well-
make any sense as to
well,
what the hell
he's-
he's talking about.
he's president, bro. Like, come on, that's why it's got to make some sense. That's where the slogans come from, right? But I do see the connections with Q, and I do think that it'd be cool, like if the Illuminati like got a hold of him, retrieved that power, and then at the same time did something to him where he turns into Q. Oh man, that would be a sick story. You know?
Yeah, and that's it seems like what his whole design was geared towards.
Right,
And-
right. And
So-
I really hope they get a chance to elaborate on that. You know, there's people out there that are into this lore stuff, and I really hope that Capcom answers these things and tells us and not have us guess
Yeah,
throughout.
he's got some of the most interesting possibility for lore that's ever been written in Street Fighter, if they
Right.
follow through with it.
Right, but they have to follow through with it, and it depends on where they go and who's really thinking about that.
Yeah.
So, we'll talk about story wise, with Street Fighter 3. Next character on the list is Gil. I don't know if there's anything else you want to add on from Mr. President.
No, we need to get trucking on these, man.
We're on the G's. We're not. I wouldn't even say we're halfway there yet.
We're not even. No, yeah, let's go.
So Gil,
This is
Street
early Gil. Street Fighter 3 ends later than Street Fighter 5 does.
Right.
So this is his inaugural appearance, supposedly, into the world of Street Fighter. You don't really get much out of him in this game. There's just his
He's just
interest
there.
in G, and that's about it.
right, which is why it leads us to speculate even more so with regards to what happens to G,
Mm-hmm.
which we were just talking about. That even
And he's got Colleen out there doing footwork for him. Urian's out there trying to prove himself,
Yeah.
but you don't really get an idea of what their, end goal, what's their end game. No, you don't really know.
Well, that's the whole
I feel like you're gonna find out the end game in 6. I do.
right.
There's some weird shit going on there that does involve Gil.
It does. They have the Illuminati in 6.
Look, I've showed you like the pictures. Like, why in the hell does that billboard have anything relevant to Gil's endings from 3? It doesn't make sense.
I get it. Yeah, but I've always looked at it as the Illuminati is like the court of owls, and like the Gotham Batman series in many ways. You know,
They are, but like this is the mastermind behind it all, and he's like sort of god tier himself, right?
What if there's someone higher than him, and it's just the way it appears, and Six will have somebody that's
there's something going on because like okay, like he's got like that gem in his forehead, and it plays a big part in this. Okay, if you notice, they resurrected Nash, and Nash has that gem in his forehead.
Yeah.
Right. So there's something that they're into that we don't really know much about yet.
Yeah. It could, like I said, he could have some. That gem is probably what's making him have that power where he's got the fire and ice, where he's split that way.
And resurrection.
Yes.
And that they used to resurrect freaking Nash.
If I recall correctly, him and Urian were fighting over this power, but Gil ended up getting it. I read that somewhere or something along those lines. Correct me if I'm wrong.
It was, I don't know if it's necessarily the power per se, but it's more of just leadership.
The leadership for a fact.
I don't know if leadership that gem falls into the hand of leadership, or that could have been the case. Who knows? But we don't know dick about like the history of this guy. All we know is he just appeared, and he's practically a god, and he runs this whole Illuminati cult.
True. Guess we'll find out as time goes on.
Yeah, a lot of question marks here.
Playability, mechanics wise, I mean,
the guy's got too much going on. He's got so much going on, and he's not even that good in this game.
Right,
but he's got some of the longest freaking combos on God's green earth. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous what this guy can do in the proper setup in the right hands. Go watch any Nemo combo video with this guy and just blink at the screen and go make a cup of coffee, because you're going to be there in a minute.
And then he's also got that skin, the pyro skin.
The Pyron skin is terrible, man.
Oh man.
Oh my god.
All right. Had to mention it. Moving on to Guile. Shout out to Waterberg. He watches this. Sonic Boom.
Yeah.
Got silent.
No, it's Guile. I hate this character. I've always hated this character. But, he's got a place in the Street Fighter verse. Story-wise, he's there to take down Shadow Lu, as it's like his duty as an American.
As an American.
And Bison killed his best friend. All right.
Yeah.
So here we are. He's still at it. Playability, he's pretty much the exact same character. He's still got all the same weird buttons, upside down kicks, and he's got
that
bazooka knees,
the Sonic Boom.
He's got the Sonic. He's got that's they later on they gave him the V skill 2, which he could jump to him, and his other V skill is the Sonic Blade. Right, where he puts the little one out in front of him, and then he shoots a boom through it, and it's that really tall,
it's a bigger boom
wave that goes across the screen. Man, outside of that, man, he's Guile. He's the same Guile he's ever been.
Story wise, I mean, he's just
same with the story. He pretty much hit the end of his line in this game, right? Like, he's done. Bison's dead. You can go back to just being an Air Force guy.
I wonder what they're going to do with him in 6. I like his look in 6.
I don't know. Dude, I like him in the fighter, the little fighter jumpsuit.
Yeah, it's cool.
He finally got his eyebrow implants that he's been asking for 20 plus years.
I like the goatee too.
And he he's gotten higher up in the Air Force. So like, you know, he doesn't have too many people yelling at him about growing facial hair. So he's like, I'm gonna grow me a little fucking goatee. You can't tell me. I'm your superior, right?
At this point, right? Yeah.
I got eyebrows and a goatee. Yeah, what now? Sonic Boom, bitch.
Finally grew in. Just took another 7 years.
Yeah. Took him 40 years to get some facial hair.
Other than that, I got nothing else.
No, he's Guile. He's always going to be Guile.
Moving on to one of your favorite characters, Honda.
He's practically a joke character in this game. One of the worst characters in the game, technically. Once they added like V-Shift, like it kind of shut him down pretty hard. For like, you know, higher play. It's pretty easy to V-Shift through a lot of his bull crap. And story-wise, he's running his bathhouse, telling people what they're doing wrong.
Yeah,
it's the whole damn storyline is just him yelling at people. Hey, you can't do that in my bathhouse. You got to do it this way. And he had a saying, and I can't remember what it was, but it was freaking hilarious. But yeah, and he's Honda, dude. Like he still just plays like Honda. He's got hands, he's got headbutts, he's got Orochi throws, he's got fucking sumo splat.
But I would have thought this was your favorite character in the game, honestly.
I play him a lot. I don't know if he's my favorite, but like I have fun with him. He's fun. He's hella fun because he's a bully, you know. And what I like about him most, honestly, I have a lot of fun with his V trigger too. That running grab that just throws you into a wall. I don't care where you're at. You're going to a corner. You know, that shit is fun.
And you don't know when it's coming too. Like fighting against that.
Yeah. Unless, dude, if you see that chop in the EX hands, you just might as well just fucking put the controller down. I'm gonna be here for a minute.
Oh yeah, my ass is in a corner and you do that. I'm like, oh damn. I was like, what do you do? I get that. But, all right. Next on the list is Ibuki.
Ibuki?
Yeah. I don't know.
She actually had a little bit of part. Like she was with the team running through Shadowloo Base, right?
She was with Karen, I think.
Yeah. She's friends with Karen. She was always her and Miko were always bickering and fighting with one another. It was kind of funny. They were always playing off each other.
Yep.
But she actually had a bit of a role, like in the story for once. She ain't just trying to get out of ninja school to go look for boys anymore. She's grown up a little bit now.
Just a little tad. But
just a little bit.
But I don't see that many people play with her, to be honest.
Not anymore, man. They when she had V Trigger 1 with the bombs, like she was just so super. Well, she is super mix up heavy. That's just her by design. Her
playstyle,
yeah. But then they kind of nerfed that a little bit. Then she got V Trigger 2, and everybody switched to that with the giant Fuma Shuriken, right? They kind of screwed that up a little bit, but then they buffed the bomb, so people kind of went back to the bomb. Some people stuck with the Fuma Shuriken. They screwed up a bunch of her buttons, so she's not nearly where she used to be. She used to be like grade A, top tier, man, but she's about middle of the field. There's still some diehard people out there like Shine. Shine's probably one of the best Ibukis in the world. Guy's a freaking monster. And yeah, he'll break your ankle. Yeah, he'll break your ankles just sitting in your chair, just looking at her. You know?
Okay.
You know, it's like, well, she's over here. No, she's over there. Now I'm dead. What happened?
All right.
But yeah, she's still a good character. They took away a lot of her moves in this game, though.
Yeah, that's what I was like.
She don't have the slide across the ground into the neck break. She doesn't have the what do they call it, like the penguin kick, you know, where she jumps up and like double kicks you in the face and backflips. Yeah, a lot of those moves. She doesn't have the Rekka kicks anymore. Like she's a completely different character.
Okay. So huge difference.
Yeah, it's pretty big. It's pretty big from 3. Absolutely.
Okay.
And 4, a lot of
4 she wasn't so bad in 4.
Yeah, she still lost some stuff in 4, but not as bad as this.
So they keep degrading her.
Yeah, a little bit.
I wonder if she'll. I don't think we're going to see her in 6, but you never know.
Yeah, I don't. Okay, because
think
6 is so close to 3, man. You don't know who you're going to see out of Street Fighter 3 and 6. You know what I mean? People are expecting to see people in 6 that they haven't seen since 3. So I don't know. I guess we'll find out.
Well, yeah, because story-wise, timeline-wise, 6 takes place after 3. It is like
so
the future version.
Are we gonna see Necro? Are we gonna see Remy? Are we gonna see some of these characters we've never seen since?
Oh, I can see Remy coming back. That would be cool. Imagine Guile and Remy fighting off. That'd be awesome.
Guile would just be making fun of him the whole time.
Probably, because Remy is just like an emo version of him.
Yeah.
but that'd be cool to see. Like, that'd be awesome to get this character back, I think. I don't know. Well,
I'm ready for a Street Fighter 6 Makoto. Capcom, make it happen.
Oh yeah, you definitely would play the hell out of Makoto.
Oh, I probably wouldn't play much else.
I don't know. Well, there's this character that you definitely would play the hell out of, which you really already enjoy, Jury.
Mm.
That's probably, honestly, you
the Sin Princess
Jury for a while in Street Fighter.
I mean, Jury when she came out, I played the shit out of her for a long time when she came out. When she was actually bad, I played the shit out of her. I just recently started playing her again. Now that she's actually pretty freaking good. Yeah, she's fun, dude. She's a hell of a lot of fun. But she's one of those stock characters though. Like you got to build stocks to be able to get anywhere with her. So
yeah. But ever since 4, she became like a name that keeps coming into all the new games. Like she was in 5, 6.
Yeah, but she came out in 4 and like it was just they struck gold with a character design that people loved. That's basically what happened. I don't even think it was her play style. I just think it was her attitude, her look, everything like she represented. She's batshit crazy. Like
yeah, she is. She definitely is. And that's the thing that makes her so cool. Like she's a loose cannon, but at the same time she's like, where is she going? What is she gonna do next? Like, you don't know.
Yeah, you think, one minute you think she's gonna murder you, the next time the next second she's helping Cammy save DiCaprio. It's like, hello? Where did that come from?
Yeah, you don't know where she's gonna go, what she's gonna do.
It's literally whatever is going to entertain her the most. It's essentially what she's going to do.
Yeah, she's along for the ride to have fun. That's what it is. She's just having fun. Would probably be the best way to say that. Now, coming from 4 to 5 to 6, you've gotten your hands on all of them. All right.
She's a completely different character in 5 than she ever was in 4.
Right.
4, her stuff, you would do like the fireball motion, right, to get a move, and then you had to hold the button, right? And once you let go of the button, the negative edge had another move attached to it. In 5, all her kicks where she had the little fuha kick where she just kicks straight up in the air, it gives you a charge for that button, right? You do it with light kick, and it gives you a fuha charge. You do that again with light, and she throws the fireball. She has a different one for medium, different one for heavy. Street Fighter 6, it's completely different. It's the same concept. Those kicks that she gets the charge with,
right?
It doesn't matter which one you use. It just gives you charges that just are expended on quarter circle forward and kick, right? On any one of them. It's just simplified. It's actually better. It expands her gameplay a lot more. So,
hey, Godly, what's going on, brother? We just covered Street Fighter 5. That's what we're doing tonight.
But it's Elder God in the chat.
That's
Oh,
right. He's no
like that shit. Mm.
But as far as what version would you say is your most favorite out of them? Like,
Oh, I like
or-
6, man. Six. I feel like they finally nailed it.
so basically the evolution of the
Yeah.
character is okay.
Yeah, she just gotten better and better as time went on.
What is it? Man, I think I might have to take my dog out or something. He keeps coming up to me. Let's keep going then, bro. Oh, thank you, brother. Thank you, brother. Yeah, we're just trying to give respect to the series because it's like, like we got nothing but love for these games, really. So that's really what it is. BT, anything else you want to add on for Jury before we move on?
No, like her
she
role
played
in
the
this
hell out
again.
of
We've
her.
already talked about. We've already talked about her role in the series. Like, she just was kind of there, like disrupting Illuminati a bit. Bored to begin with. Then she ended up helping Cammy save DiCaprio.
Yep.
And a little later down the line, Seth wants her to get her a new body, and he pisses her off in the process. So she gets him a freaking female body.
Oh yes. Well, I was gonna save that for when we actually cover Seth because the picture will come on screen. But yeah, that's true, man. That's really true.
Like, you don't piss this woman off. She'll find a way to fuck you over.
Yeah, that's that's hilarious, actually. Yeah, brother. Uh, Thank you for tuning in, Godly. But let's move on to the next one.
Yeah.
Kage.
Uh,
That's like, why Kage? Why not just go with Evil Ryu?
well, because it's the
overplayed.
Well, no, it's literally the progression of Ryu, right? He's Evil Ryu was the Satsui no Hado taking over Ryu. Street Fighter V is the game where he overcomes the Satsui no Hado.
So it's
okay,
like,
and it's in this universe, people seem to be able to expend certain energies of them from themselves, and they manifest into other characters.
right.
Right.
That's
Like
the word.
that happened with
There you go.
happened with Bison. Rose is all his pure intentions expanded out of himself, and it created Rose. This was Ryu getting the Satsui no Hado out of his body, and it manifested into Kage. So
Yeah, like you said, manifestation. But he plays completely different.
yeah, no, I love the way he plays. He's very. They thank God they made it's like it's another damn Shoto, but luckily they're getting good at
He plays
like
different.
making them unique from one another. He's still a Shoto. He's got a fireball. He's got a Tatsu. He's got a DP. And now he's an evil one, so he's kind of got the teleports too, just like an Akuma, So he still has he is essentially the next level of evil Ryu from Street Fighter 4. Okay, because he's got a lot of the same combo strings that he does that evil Ryu has
with cat ears.
He's got horns. Leave him alone.
You want to call them horns?
And he's got the little boar teeth. Or the ogre. Those are like ogre teeth, I guess.
He looks like an ogre to begin with.
I mean, yeah, this character just doesn't have much story either. Like it's all he is. He's just the Satsui no Hado ejected out of Ryu, manifested into this character that just hates Ryu. There you go. There's Kage.
All right, moving on. Karen. She was honestly, I was trying to learn her at the beginning, and I even played her a little bit on our casual streams.
Yeah.
Coming back to her, she's fun actually. She's a little bit. I mean, she's different, but she's fun to use.
A rich Japanese aristocratic chick that learned how to fight throughout her like family at a young age. Was a billionaire. Was kind of the general that got everybody together to lead the front on Shadowloo.
She did, like you said, kind of like a general. She led that front, which was weird. Like I would not imagine someone like her.
I mean, because she funded.
She has the
it,
resources.
all right?
Yes.
She funded it. She has a whole damn
true.
ninja clan at her disposal to do all the spy work that they need. She's got all the intel. She's the general. She can send people.
True.
Okay, you need to do this. You need to do that. Blah blah blah. There you go.
Okay. Anything else you want to add on?
She's completely different playstyle. They completely redesigned her from the ground up compared to what she was in Alpha. They removed a lot of moves, added them as EXs or added them as V triggers or V skills, and redesigned her main kit that she just has naturally. So yeah, it's just completely different play style of the same character that still at the end of the day plays the same way. It's weird. It's just how they redesign these characters, but they're still the same character. It's
Well, that's the whole thing that they did with 5 for the most part.
But she feels good. She plays well. She feels good.
She did.
She's got cool new like those little Tenchu where she dashes forward and does a little uppercut. That's a combo linkers and enders and all kinds of it's a completely different playstyle that she doesn't do in any other game.
Hell yeah.
But it gave her own uniqueness too. So
true. All right, let's move on to Ken. Banana hair. The look. That's all I got to say. I love playing the character. I love what they did with him. I love how they changed the move set.
This picture actually doesn't look bad. It's not nearly as bad as like his versus screen picture where he's like staring into your soul with his yellow teeth.
I know. That's why I purposely did not want to put that picture on there. I was like, okay. Because if you notice that I've kept it at the default skins. Like I could have went with anything else. Like I had Jury's nostalgia skin originally, and I was like gonna do the nostalgia skins. Like if you look at the thumbnail that I did last night for the casual fights, I used her nostalgia and Ken's nostalgia skin.
That picture cracked me up. I'm not gonna lie.
Which one?
The one that you put together for the casual fights last night, because it was like, oh man, he's got a character here to represent all of us, and then you got Blanca-chan just peeking out of the corner up in the top. Dude, I looked at that, I realized what you did, and then I realized what Blanca-chan was doing, and it just kind of cracked me up.
It hit you. Okay, good. At least you got it. I don't know if everyone else did.
It's like, oh, also, there's Happy up there. Being a goober like he always is.
Right? And that's why I was like, let me do something fun with this. Because, because I could have done anything, but I was like, you know what? It's probably going to be like one of the last times we do that. So, like, let's have some fun with it. But, yeah, no, I really played the shit out of Ken. You know that. I had a lot of fun with Ken. But
you played Ken for 7 years. 7 fucking years.
But I'm going to tell you right now, what I'm really proud of is Red 6. I'm proud of how within the last year or two he really just evolved, especially with Ken. That's why I'm like, I want you playing with Ken.
But I think he got bored of Ken. I think that was it. It was I want to learn. I want to learn
Ryu. I want to learn more. Why else do you think I went from Ken to like Cammy or something else? And I didn't want to like just go to another Shoto. That's why I went with Cammy. I wanted something different. Honestly, if I had more time, I probably would have picked up another character or done something else eventually, But like for the most part, it was fun. Like especially with Ken, like I just had a lot of fun playing the character for the most part, and to see Red evolve with him to where he got to. to be at my level, especially like to be able to take me out with him, that was to me in a big way special. I'll say that. So
story wise, he was a support character. He was a backbone to Ryu.
of course, always is.
He was just a support character going after Shadaloo. He literally went in Ryu's place so that Ryu could get his fucking head straight. Outside of that, there's not much else. He's got his boy. His boy was very little. He's trying to teach him how to do, in some of the story you see him trying to teach him how to do shoryukens and stuff. It was cute.
Mel was
running around. Yeah. He was actually a little animated boy trying to do shoryukens and shit. It was cute.
That's cool.
He was probably looked like he was like 4 or 5 years old.
I'll be honest though. I mean, aside from the banana hair and all of that, like I actually like what they did. I like the outfit.
I liked the concept of the redesign. It just didn't mold well into the model.
Nice.
They just
like the way they tied up the hair.
I even like the way that they did it. It doesn't look good. There's people that somebody made a replacement. Somebody made a replacement for his default, and it was sick.
It was good.
It was amazing looking. Yeah.
Well, take a look at that resurrection thing with the actor who played as him. The way he portrayed him, he tied his hair the same way. He looked the same way. I think his real name is Christian Howard, to be specific, but he did a great job. And at the same time, the real life look to this default skin looks really good on an actual, like the way on screen, it looked really good. But yeah, all right, we got a lot to go through.
Here, hold on.
Something else you want to add on?
No, I'm gonna send this to you.
Okay. Should I proceed or you want to hold off?
That's up to you. I just, in case you wanted to throw that, like that shit looks so good.
Oh, that does look good.
In motion, it looked great. Like, and this was like from years ago.
I guess I could pull it on screen real quick, just so that everyone that's tuned in or watching this can see this. Like, this is the skin that somebody did that BloodTide is talking about. Like,
it was literally just a head mod for Ken. It's all it was. Everything else was the same. It was just
I love what they did. The face and the hair.
It's the exact same thing. It's still got the tied up ponytail in the back and everything. Yeah. They just made him look human.
That's how it should be.
Yeah.
That's a good job.
It was a really good job. And they fixed the hair where it doesn't look like molded clay.
Yeah. And he doesn't look weird at all. Like, this is the way he should be looking.
And they brushed his teeth.
It's not yellow. It's true. I like where they're going with him in the new one too. Like,
yeah, he looks good.
That's gonna be good. All right, moving on. Colleen. We all know she's
lackey.
She's the lackey for Gil.
She's Gil's lackey. The Ice Princess. Yay. She doesn't really have a whole lot of story outside of just trying to find out information for the Illuminati. Out there making moves to take down Bison.
At one point, I actually tried considering on playing with her, like, because
she's a hell of a fun character.
She's a lot of fun. You know who actually plays her really, really well, and I think is a master or grandmaster rank? Silent Ninja. Shout out to Silent Ninja.
That guy. Yeah, I remember.
He plays the hell out of her really well in 5. Took out me, Red, all of us actually, if I recall correctly, with her. Like, he played really well with her. Like, she had like a Wicked Witch outfit, if I remember.
Yeah, that's her.
It's like one of the skins.
Her Halloween outfit. Yep.
Yeah, it's a good one. It's cool. But yeah, no, she's cool. Other than that, like you said, like she's the lackey for Gil.
Yeah.
There's not much more to say about her, I think. Moving on to your favorite Bonita. And I'm pretty sure you will appreciate the default skin that I chose.
That is her default skin. I mean,
right? Which I'm saying
everybody appreciates that.
The picture of this default skin is what I'm getting at.
Yeah, dude, I like Laura. She's very over the top. She's very loud and flamboyant and just out there and just trying to push, Matsuda Jiu-Jitsu down everybody's throat. She's very fun, outgoing, and loud.
She's also Sean's sister.
She's Sean's sister, and you even see that in the story mode because she shows up thinking like Ken's trying to beat up on Sean or something, and she fucking beats the shit out of Ken for it. It's fucking hilarious.
Yeah.
So from that point, she kind of tags along. Outside of that, she doesn't really do a whole lot.
Yeah, there's not a lot. There's not a lot to it.
Yeah,
did she join the front? I forgot. Did she join?
A little bit.
A little bit, right? That's what I thought.
Yeah.
Okay.
She's not like 100% there, but like she's implemented to be joining them to some degree.
She definitely implemented. I'll say that.
It's a very like love-hate character. You hate to love her, you love to hate her, or you love her or you hate her. Like it depends on if you're playing her or playing against her. Let's be real. Nobody wants to fight her. People that play her, they
have fun with her.
They have fun with her. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I played her a little bit too, but I was never that into that play style because they just I don't know. I need more of a projectile.
She's kind of mix-up heavy.
She's
because she can knock you up in the air a little bit and dash to the other side of you and catch you coming down and like make you try to decide which side you need to block on and things like that.
Right, but you don't know what's gonna come out. Like when I was playing against you for say, and it's like, all right, we're gonna do this, we're gonna do that, and I'm thinking I'm safe. No.
Yeah.
All of a sudden,
you guess wrong, and you're flying through the air because of the command grab.
It's just and she's got a good range for her throws too. Like you don't
like her EX command grab, she literally dives forward at you. Like
that's what you would get me with a lot of times. So I tip my hat to that, sir. Good stuff. All right.
Yeah, she's fun.
Maybe we'll see some more of her because she technically.
I don't know, man. Like I said, she wasn't extremely well received by the community as a whole. They wrote Sean off pretty hard in 3. I'd be surprised if we've seen any Matsudas show up in 6. To be honest, I'm not saying they shouldn't. I'm saying I would be pleasantly surprised if they did.
I guess we'll find out as time progresses. I have a feeling they're going to be going with a lot of new style and new characters and stuff. So we'll see what happens. Next up, we got Lucia. I'll be honest, I don't know much about this character.
She's a cup. You want a cup of coffee?
Yeah.
To be honest, dude, story-wise, she's just a Metro City cop. They don't really go into much detail about her.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Okay.
She's fun. She's got a really cool, interesting little play style.
She the fireball or something like if I remember correctly.
Well, like so she's got the little flame kick.
Yeah, that's what
that if you do it twice or if you hit the button twice, she'll do the kick and then she'll do a follow-up kick that throws a fireball. Now, if you do it light, medium, or heavy, depends on the arc that it travels, right? Now, if you do it with the light, it just kind of goes up and drops down in front of her. Now she has that's just a fireball with a kick. It's down forward with a kick, right? And you hit the kick twice, she throws the fireball up.
Yep.
Now she has the down back in a kick, which is like a one spin Tatsu, right? Now, if you throw the light fireball up in the air and do that, down back Tatsu, she'll actually connect with that fireball when it's coming down and send it fucking hurtling across the screen. It's hilarious.
No, I tried her out. I thought that her moveset was creative and interesting, but I would not main her.
She's really not very good per se, but she's fun, and she's got some really fun combo routes and stuff. But you really have to be able to like land like a standing heavy to cancel it into shit to get her stuff going, and that's kind of hard to do.
How well received was she? Do you know?
I mean, people. She wasn't very good, so it was like it was kind of like, well, it's a shame she's not that great. Punk used to play her just to prove a point. It was like because he enjoyed playing her even though she wasn't very good, and he bitched about how she wasn't very good, but he still had fun playing her, and he'd still win shit playing her.
Gotcha. I'm just wondering, since it's all the whole Street Fighter 6 thing is heavy.
Oh, you're not going to see her again. You're not going to see her again.
I don't think so either, because of that. But you never know. Maybe they'll have her in the background.
She was just a little footnote that just no.
Like if they get the cops to come in or something,
you might meet her in the world or something. Like running around the single player stuff. But I don't think she's going to be like on the cast of playable characters.
I can't wait to talk to you about Street Fighter 6 when we actually do get our hands on the game and try it out and stuff, and we finally have a fight talk on it. Yeah. I'll be honest, I am not a big fan of the whole open world thing for Street Fighter. I just want to play Street Fighter. I just want to play the, like the fighting.
Well, then play Street Fighter. You don't have to do the open world stuff.
Yeah, I'm like, but I don't understand the whole. Like, why do they go that route? And that's something that I like.
It's a single player experience. That's
with just NPCs all around, pretty much.
Yeah, it's a full blown story mode. If you don't want to play the story mode, then you don't play the story mode, and you go play ranked, or you go to the battle hub and find people to fight.
So is that really how we're playing the story? Like to find out what happens with the story is you have to play.
Yeah, hell yeah, but it's going to be pretty deep.
Okay.
Because you literally go around and find the characters in the world, in their own habitats. You learn from them, you talk to them, you learn about them. It's going to be interesting. I'm curious to see how it actually plays out.
I guess we'll find out. Time will tell.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if we should push back the Street Fighter 6 Fight Talk, or if we should just release it right after.
Well, we'll see.
We'll have to. We'll revisit that and talk, because we've been doing these just to lead up to it. So
yeah,
I think that we can have one, and then maybe we'll do a recap. I don't know. We have to talk about it. We'll take that offline. Anyway, moving on. This is the character that's leading the front for Street Fighter 6.
Luke?
Oh, yeah.
Well, he's the poster boy of 6. He's not necessarily leading much of front.
Well, he's the one that's being full front and center right now. He's
he's a poster boy.
They're making him the protagonist.
We don't know if he's the protagonist, but he is the poster boy.
He is definitely the poster boy.
But he's basically just your starter gym in the world, the world mode. And he kind of gets you kicked out into the streets to begin your journey. You know what I mean? He's going to have his own story, I'm sure, but
I'm sure he will.
He has ties to Guile. He used to be Air Force. I don't know if you knew that. But
actually, I did not. So that's probably why we have Guile and him in the same game again.
Yeah. They are very familiar with one another.
Friendly or rival?
No, yeah. I'm pretty sure they're like they used to, work together and whatnot, and they were friendly. And I think he left the Air Force, and I don't know if that kind of like ticked Guile off or whatever, but So there might be a little bit of animosity there, but you know, they were
Gotcha.
friendly at one point.
I like the tattoos. I thought the tattoos were cool when they
Yeah.
first brought them out and stuff.
And then his
I'm not sure
Popeye
about the
forearms.
Yeah, I don't know.
No, I mean he's got Street Fighter 5 hair. He looks so much better at 6. It's not even funny.
Yeah. I even went with this image where it's a little kind of more refined, if you will, is the word I'm
Yeah.
looking for. Yeah, so this is like a better image of him that I found that I was like, let me go with this instead.
Yeah.
But honestly, I don't think we would have gotten him in 5.
No, we weren't supposed to get him in 5.
Right, and that's where I was leading up to, is because they were going to use him on 6, in Street Fighter 6, and because they delayed Street Fighter 6, and they extended another year for 5, that's why they put him in. And that's what I read. And
I remember the gigantic sigh of disappointment heard around the world whenever they were like, they said who everybody in the fucking season 5 was except Luke. Then when it got to Luke, there was so much speculation about, who could the secret character be? And it was Luke, and everybody went, who the fuck is Luke?
like, who's this clown? Yeah. No, I
everybody was like, oh, it's Makoto, it's this, it's that, it's they're expecting this big, Saddam, because Saddam was supposed to be in 5 like throughout the entire time.
Ooh, that's interesting. I wonder if they'll actually.
Yeah, he was apparently supposed to be like an original character or season 1 character, and apparently just got scrapped.
Wow.
So
he didn't get
every
much
year
love in the old games. Yeah.
They expected him to. What are you talking about? He was like God tier, and was it 2 or 3? Alpha 2 or 3? One of them. He was God tier.
Well, he's in both. He's in both 1 and 2. Was he in 3? I don't think he was. Was he in 3?
He was. I'm pretty sure he was in all 3.
I'm not sure about 3 actually.
But one of them, he was freaking God tier in.
No, I mean, I think he's cool and stuff, but he's part of that whole world. So I would imagine him actually possibly making it to 6. Time will tell.
Yeah, especially considering he is a Metro City
background, yeah.
Originator, yeah.
Yeah. That's kind of where I was going with that. But I guess we'll see as time goes on, and we'll find out more about Luke as well in 6. I mean, yeah, he is the poster boy after all. Going down the list, next up, Manat. I know you are a big fan of this character.
Yeah,
I do know one thing.
Freaking sick.
I do know one thing story-wise. Like, she is Rose's
student.
Apprentice.
Yeah.
Like what you said, student. Like Rose is teaching her things. She's following in her footsteps.
Yep.
But
there's not really much else to that.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
Yeah, story-wise, there's not a whole lot else to that. Like, she doesn't play a big role in anything. She came after the whole raid on Shadowloo base, so she wasn't any part of that. She just goes around telling people their stories, their
tarot
fortunes, so to speak. But I tell you, like, I feel like they put a lot of love in this character. I've mentioned before that, like, she's probably one of the best animated characters in this game. Just her rigging, her animation work is just amazing.
Yeah, I remember you telling me about that. But she's also fun to play with and fun to use.
She's hard as fuck. She is super hard.
You have a lot of fun with her.
She's fun. She's fun, but she's super hard to use.
Really? Okay.
Oh yeah.
What makes it so hard? The guessing game with the balls, or what part? I'm just curious.
She doesn't have much for combo structure, right? She has she just pokes, little bits of damage here and there. She is designed to compensate for her lack of damage with her V triggers, and if you are not good and cannot do the ridiculous execution needed to perform like her V trigger combos and stuff, then there's just put it down, walk away, find somebody else. Because she is designed for characters, for people that were looking for an execution challenge in this game, and they got it with her.
Well, that sucks.
Well, because a lot of people complained about like the execution for this game is too easy. So this guy, yeah, watch this. Here's my knot. Go have fun.
Okay. Anything else you want to add on from Minot?
Nah, there's not really much to talk about.
All right. The biggest letdown of Street Fighter V, Nick Colley.
Oh man, yeah, he's such a cool character too. Like his play style and everything about him is fucking sick.
I thought the design was cool, especially the way they brought him out originally. You know, and he was supposed to be the big bad, the way they advertised him.
Yeah. You expected him to be like in the original
boss of the game or something.
Everything, like he was like the protagonist or antagonist rather.
Yeah.
And it just didn't. He was kind of a side mission. He just and all he did was lose.
Yeah.
And then he melted into a puddle and nobody ever saw him again. Because that's how he kind of came in. You'd see a puddle start forming and he would just rise up out of the puddle. And when he got his ass beat, he just kind of melted back down into a puddle and fucked off.
Yeah.
But he's supposed to be some kind of like being that has been around for an eternity that devours the souls of warriors. Right? And he's like this demonic thing of some form or another. And like he's got like, dude, like if you haven't done anything in this game, go play Nikali's storyline. It's really interesting, and it'd take you like 10 minutes to do it, and it's really cool. And they really set this character up to be something special, and then they just kind of shit on him and forgot all about him, and now we're probably never going to see him again because of it, which is a shame because he was a fun character. And
they probably wanted to go one direction, and then they changed their minds.
And then going Super Saiyan with his V triggers was hella cool.
Oh, he would take you, grab you, throw you into the corner, and then just go buck wild at you.
He'd Berserker Barrage the fuck out of you.
Yeah, Berserker Barrage. That's the best way to put it. What about like we said, Super Saiyan, when the hair would go
and then that changes his super too.
Yeah, it did. That was pretty cool, actually. Pretty creative stuff. Just kind of sad, like you said, like it had potential, but they didn't do anything with him, with Nikali.
Yeah.
And I remember we played the intro earlier, like at the end of the intro, you had the V going across his face.
Yeah, because if you can look at it, you can see it there. It's like a scar on his face.
I thought that was cool. You know, it was like, oh wow, okay, this is all about this dude.
So yeah, like he was legit like the poster boy antagonist for Street Fighter V that just didn't go anywhere. Yeah,
kind of like our discussion about Luke. Like, oh, is Luke gonna be the? But yeah, it's true. You don't know how it's gonna end up. We'll find out with time.
Yeah,
well, one other character
we'll never see this man again, I'm sure.
Oh, I don't think so. So goodbye, Nikali. We're moving on.
Yeah.
Now, this I was surprised to see again. Like Oro. Like they introduced him in Street Fighter 3, right? So he fights with one arm, which is I'm trying to say that he's that much of a badass.
So this is technically before that. All right. So he's still using that same principle of fighting with one arm.
Mm-hmm.
Because he's just holding the turret, which I thought was a really cool idea, right? Instead of just having it tucked into the shaw, like he does where it's just kind of like tucked away. Now he's using his hand to hold his little buddy, and he throws it in the air if he needs to do something flippy or whatever, and he'll catch it. And it was such a cool little design.
Yeah, I thought that was kind of cool.
And Yeah, apparently in this game they did mention like somewhere along the line that he was somewhere around like 130, 140 years old at this point, which means he was a little bit older than that in 3.
3.
Yeah. So I don't know if we'll see him again in 6 or not. I mean,
I
it
can
would be
imagine.
cool
I can imagine
because
maybe a reference
he's
because,
supposed to be the strongest thing in the planet, right?
and he did train Ryu in 3.
A little bit. A little bit, yeah.
Yeah, he
Like,
had an ending where he trained him. So it's we'll see how it goes because in 5 Goken's there. Goken's at the beginning with the story, but Ryu in 3 is you only see him with like Oro. So perhaps
yeah.
he went, and learned from others along the way.
Yeah.
So I guess we'll find out. I would have wanted to see like Oro versus Akuma, let's say.
Well, apparently they have the like in lore wise, they have fought and Oro has defeated Akuma. So, but it was like a long time ago. So, like, there's still like, well, Akuma's still training and still getting stronger as progressively as time goes on. So,
Right, but I'd want to see where they go with it in 6. Apparently, Akuma's an old man now. Like in 3, you started to see the white hair
dude,
on him.
have you seen? Did you see like the sketches and the actual
Just the one
art
sketch. Just the one.
of him like with where he's like just his hair's all white now in
Yeah, well,
6,
that's what I'm saying. His hair is all
but he
white now.
looks but he looks just primal, right? He's just savage.
He does look savage.
So I'm really interested to see what he's gonna come out like.
That's gonna be like at the end of the year.
No, it's gonna be like a year from
Yeah,
now.
a year from now. It's gonna be a while. I guess we'll find out.
All right, moving on. Let's get out of Oro here. Yeah,
somebody
yeah,
that you like playing with. Poison.
Yeah, oh man, she literally had 0 point gain in this game. Had no real story to be talked about. Like, she's literally just going out there trying to be a manager for people still. And yeah, but play style, one of the best in the game. Still, even after a couple nerfs, she's still like top 3 in the game.
You had fun with that.
But you got to really know what you're doing with her to pull that off.
Well, according to Event Hubs, she is number 4.
Ah, okay. Well, yeah, I'll see.
Definitely up there. You called it. Pretty close. But yeah, like you said, manager. Nothing really much more to say.
Yeah, nothing much else to say about her. There's no Hugo, so she was just kind of running rampant around 5, right? Like,
so like, hey, like a sad puppy, take me in. All right.
If I hit you with this whip, will you take me home?
All right, Rainbow Six, and I'm pretty sure you will appreciate the picture.
Rainbow Six, huh? I love this character. I've always loved this character.
There's a reason why I said Rainbow Six and not Rainbow Mika. Bullseye. I'm pretty sure you see it.
I do. What am I looking at? A 6?
You're not looking at the picture.
I am looking at the picture.
Well, look at the way she's posed. Look at that big open area.
Why is that a 6? I don't understand. I don't get the 6 reference.
You don't know Rainbow Six? You've never heard of Rainbow Six? It's a first person shooter game.
I know what that is. It's Tom Clancy.
That's what I'm saying. Like, yeah, it's a Tom Clancy thing. Yeah. So Bullseye is in like look at the big spot.
Right.
There you go. Now he gets it. It's all good. But yeah.
Mika's Mika. She's Unga Bunga rushed out. I'm gonna fucking throw you in the corner. I got a buddy over there waiting to grab you. And
right, that's what I was gonna say. That's super. Come on with the
Nadeshko, freaking Nadeshko's. Just waiting in the wings with a chair.
She's a lot of fun with that. But the cheeks, when the two run at each other, grabbing the head, like getting the head between their ass cheeks, the two of them. Oh my god!
Yeah, each of them grab a leg and just come down. Boom!
It's just it's the silliest thing, and it's funny. But I could see that, like that's why probably ESPN was like, no, we can't have that.
Yeah, well, especially considering like, the original vanilla of this game, her super, you see at the intro of it, she slaps her ass and then points, right?
Yeah.
You used to
That's
see
right.
that, like the camera was
Yes.
down on her ass. They changed the actual camera angle where all you saw was like her upper back when she slapped her ass. Yeah. So modders went back in and changed it back, but
Jeez. But look at the hair. Like I even though this model, like this is the clay model, like look at what they did with the hair. Like yes, it looks like clay hair, but it's not as bad as Ken's.
Yeah. You can actually see the tighter strands rather than the big clumps like in Ken.
Right. They just got lazy or something with Ken. Like, why couldn't they just do that for Ken too? Like, I don't want to. Like, I keep bringing it back to Ken. It's probably because I just spent most of my time playing Ken in that game. But like, that's what I'm getting at. Like, why?
It's just disappointing. It's like my favorite character looks like ass.
Right. Like, like that image that you provided of Ken, that was badass. Like, that's how he should have looked. But yeah, no, you had a lot of fun with her. She's cool. She's cool.
Yeah, and she was part of the front that stormed Shadowloo.
Yeah,
she was there through most of it. She's a goofball that is like all about Zangief, right?
Yeah, she's heavily like she looks up to him.
Like she is out trying to discover her own muscle power, right? Like literally.
Yeah, it's always been her story though. Like from the beginning to even now, yeah, that's her thing. I don't know if we'll see her in 6.
Nah, I don't know. I think she's kind of played out.
Yeah, I can see that happening. And then I know somebody that is returning to 6. It's this man, Rashid.
Rashido. Probably one of the better received characters in 5, honestly.
Really? People
in the beginning, yeah, people really liked Rashid in the beginning. Like there was some top tier Rashid players for sure, and really had this character out there showing people what he could do, and people ate it up, man. He was a good character. He was very unique.
I remember the stage. Everybody hated his stage. The plane scene. Oh my god.
That isn't his stage though. That was just.
I thought it was.
No, that's not a legitimate stage. That's not like a character. That's just a stage. That's not a character stage.
Why did I think it was his stage?
I have no idea.
Okay.
I don't think he has an actual stage.
Yeah, his story is that he's roaming.
I already covered his story.
Yeah, you did.
About his
friend.
His friend. Like his whole thing is to shut down Shadowloo.
Fang killed his friend.
Fang murdered like his best friend. And it was super sad too, because like the end of the story, like he checks his phone, and the guy's like super techie, right? Like he's a super like tech wizard. Like you can tell he's got the little like Google glasses thing on his eye and shit.
Glasses.
But what is that thing from Dragon Ball? It's over 9,000.
Okay.
Power levels.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
But and it's like after the events that took place, after Bison died and everything, he went and like had his phone, and he checked his phone, and he had a message from that friend that sent him a message, like his kind of like final goodbye. It was kind of sad, man. It was shitty.
Yeah,
but Rashid had a again, like he was low key the protagonist of this entire game, and people liked him, so it was cool. He was a good character.
He's coming back,
and he's coming back.
We're gonna see
and he looks sick. Like just the artwork, like the drawn artwork of him, he looks sick. He looks
I
better
thought he
than
looks
this.
pretty much the same outfit.
Nah, I think they got rid of the like the turban shit and everything's done a little differently. Like
Really? Okay.
he's a little more stylish. Let's see, Street Fighter.
Okay.
Let's see if I can.
If you want to put her on screen, put her on screen.
Image.
Moveset wise, I mean, he's got like, in a lot of ways, I felt like he reminded me a little bit of T-Hawk with the dives, with the kicks that he does, the dive kicks
Maybe a
and
little
stuff.
bit.
There's like a little some kind of element to it, you know. Like,
There you go. There you can see the kind of difference between.
Let me.
He almost man, he's almost got like a little bit of. He almost looks kind of like samurai-esque, right? Like.
Oh yeah, in that image he
like,
does. Let me put it on screen so that anybody that watches this, we really honestly, like, looking at statistics, we really get a lot of people that watch this later on, not during the live
oh yeah,
show.
they watch it after the fact, right?
Just so you know, like, we're not getting a lot of views right now, but people do end up watching this afterwards. And here's a picture of what BloodTide was referencing. So you have Street Fighter 6 Rashid on the left, Street Fighter 5 Rashid on the right. Yeah, he's got like a samurai look. I agree with you.
Dude, I really dig like all the damn updates that they've done, like the character overhauls that they've done in 6 compared to like characters in 5 and previously. Like the visual overhauls have been really spot on.
They got rid of the Google glasses from what it looks like.
Yeah. And the backpack.
Yeah.
Oh no, maybe he does have the back because I see the cross.
Yeah,
he's got the straps across his chest. He might have something back there.
But the straps are looks like it's underneath his coat. So I don't know.
It is. It is. So yeah, I don't know.
Maybe he got like a sword or something behind him. Yeah, I can see why you would think it's like a samurai-ish style to it.
It does have a very like loose-fitting, flowy, like samurai looking.
Well, that's the whole. The outfit kind of resembles a lot from his previous.
I like the headband doesn't like his hair is coming out of the top of the turban kind of deal. It's kind of the turban, or if that's even a turban, that's not actually a turban. I don't know what that's called, but it kind of like it hangs lower. You know, the other one's kind of behind the back a little. It's just, I don't know, man. I think it's gonna fit him better being like the whole wind style. This is gonna look sick in animation, right? Like with all the
with wind,
with the wind and all this stuff's gonna be blowing around. He's gonna look great in motion.
I think so. Yeah. Well, time will tell. Hopefully, we'll get some previews before the release of the characters.
Oh, I'm sure we will.
I think so. So, all right.
No, he's the first DLC character.
He is. When are we supposed to?
And I think it's slated like 3 months after release.
So September-ish.
Street Fighter 6 release. Oh no! Wait. Oh, it's autumn of 2023.
Oh, so we don't have a definitive date. So, no definitive date.
No definitive date. Wait, event hubs.
That's fine.
Oh no, it's Okay, so Rashid is slated for summer of 2023. Okay, so somebody had that wrong.
Oh, so even earlier than.
Yeah, they had him backwards. Aki is autumn, so it's gonna be Rashid, then Aki, which Aki is kind of like she's another poison with long finger like nail things, so she's probably like some kind of a protege to Fang, considering her name is an acronym like Fang's, like it's A.K.I. just like it was FANG.
Yeah.
So she's probably from the same clan because he is from a clan.
Okay, I guess we'll find out. Um, anything else you want to add on for Rashid?
No, I think we're good.
Next on the list is Rose. Soul Spark.
Rose is interesting in this game, man, because she plays a much bigger role than she leads, because she's got a part in this whole G thing.
Yeah.
But it's
Oh, within the G
again, it's
story,
very
really?
yes, it's very convoluted though, because she was the one that she when she found G, she was like, oh no, you're not this is bad. You're going to be the end of this planet, you know, and was wanting to get involved in it, but it didn't really go anywhere. You don't really see where that was leading.
Oh,
So
wow.
there's a chance she's going to show up in 6 if they're going to continue the story with G and the Illuminati and possibly Q. She's going to be involved in it.
That would be cool. But here's the thing: if Bison doesn't exist, then technically she
Yeah, I
shouldn't
don't
either.
really know how that works, right? Yeah, you'd think
Right.
that.
You would think that, though, because if she's the counterpart to that, then did she
Unless, I
disappear?
mean, like, okay, so there's speculation that Bison can't really die, right? Like
His soul goes into another body.
his body can die, but his soul can persist like within the power of like or the energy of psycho power or whatever. So I'm I really feel like JP is kind of like a conduit for Bison in some way.
I'm
So
leaning
if
towards the
that's the
whole.
case,
I'm leaning towards the whole maybe master or someone behind it that helped Bison
well,
become who he
okay, so
was.
like for example, like JP has like that staff and it's got like a gem or something on the top of it. Could you imagine if he
Mm.
had like Bison's soul like in that staff,
Oh,
right?
that'd be sick. Like he's harnessing Bison's power for himself
Right.
that way.
Yeah, yeah. If that was the case, then in that situation, I mean, they're making
Yeah,
this shit up on the fly, right? They could very much say, yes, no, Bison's dead, but Rose can still exist. That they could easily
true,
just
true,
write
true,
that off and say it. So who knows?
true. I can see that.
Bison might be dead. Bison might be hiding in a fucking capsule somewhere as just a source of energy. Who
Yeah,
knows?
yeah. Or they can have a new big bad for 6, and we'll find out.
Yeah, JP is pointed as being a bad for 6, but you can't really tell.
He's a
So
distinguished gentleman.
yeah, with a dark, sinister kind of approach to things, it seems.
So her story in 5 was all around G.
And
Ryu, pointing Ryu in the right
Manat,
direction. Oh,
Manat,
that's right. That's right. Manat is her protege.
yeah, just and sticking her nose in G's business and realizing there's something terribly wrong there.
That stuff is fascinating to me. Like I really hope they do something with that story.
Yeah,
With G, that would be awesome. And then kind of like this is what happened with Q. But technically, if they reveal that we would get Q in 6, then
yeah,
G obviously, because 6 is after 3. So
yeah. That's true.
we
Yeah,
would find out. We would find out after the fact. If anything,
right,
I would say Q is like the Man in the Iron Mask type of situation.
right.
It's like, oh, but he can't even speak. He just,
He just grunts.
yeah.
All
Like they
right.
really messed him up. Well, we should be talking about Rose, but we're coming back to G. But yeah, no, Rose was cool. I actually shout out to Active. Active played as Rose in the tournament that
Yeah.
we held, and he did pretty well with Rose.
Yeah, she's got some really cool stuff.
It was the Soul Satellite that actually, like I would come in and try and get in on him, and the Soul Satellite was,
Catching you. Yeah.
yeah, yeah, it was pretty good.
You'd get a hit and then that thing would come around and pop you.
Yeah, and I was like, what the? Man knew what he was doing. So shout out to Active. I still gotta give him the Street Fighter 6 comic book. I'll hopefully be shipping it out on Tuesday.
Oh yeah, right.
So,
All right, who we got next?
the man, the myth, the legend, Ryu.
Oh, boring. Next.
Come on, we got to touch upon this. I purposely put the pose. You
Oh,
see it.
jeez.
I put the pose that Red
Red.
6 would appreciate. I purposely did that for him. Just because I know how much he loves the character. And I know how much he loves that pose. So I did it for him. I gave him the pose. But, I mean, like I said, I went pretty far with him in the very first beta run tournament that I was at New York Comic Con. I played Ryu. I named him. The guy I lost to at the tournament actually was playing Ken, and he knew how to do combos and everything. But my fundamentals with Ryu took me far, and I was like linking his EX moves and things like that. But that's all that I could do. Like I didn't know anything else. Like it was still all new to me. So.
He's come a long way in this game from being pretty bad to being exactly where he should be, right smack dab in the middle.
Yeah. But I mean, he's vanilla. Like when you pick up Street Fighter, this is what you think about him. This is the go-to to, like to go with, I guess.
Yeah. Well, story wise, I think he kind of progressed the most throughout this game.
It was all circled around him for the most part. Like he's the protagonist. Like, come on.
Yeah, well, he was like ended up being the main weapon, right?
Yeah.
So, but it started with him on a downside slump, trying to find himself, really struggling fighting off the Satsuno Hado. And that's why what's his name? Nakali ended up showing up for him.
Yeah.
Ended up defeating Ryu and then getting chased off by Dalsum. Yeah. Later on, when he was able to, kind of get his head straight and really fight off his demons, Nakali showed up again and he kicked the crap out of him to show up just in time after Bison gave Charlie the what for, beat the hell out of Charlie. Ryu mopped the floor with him and essentially killed him.
I just realized something, and I just noticed something. Look at the picture. How funny is that? The way I have it positioned. I didn't even realize it when I was setting it up. Like how
if your speaker was spinning,
Yep. Right. That's kind of where my thought process went. Like, okay, and I swear to you, it was not intentional. I'm just noticing it now. No, but playstyle wise, I like more what they did with his V trigger too. Like the whole reverse punch thing, I thought was pretty cool.
They gave it to him as a counter or as a combo extension. Yeah. Like after any special, like you can DP into it, you could fireball into it, you could donkey kick into it. Can't Tatsu into it because you're airborne.
Right.
Yeah.
As long as you're grounded. But I thought it was cool, and I like what they did. I remember the first time with the V trigger.
Yeah, I enjoyed Ryu in this game more than any other Street Fighter for sure.
What about the sixth one?
Well, I mean, up to this point, 6 Ryu was fucking sick.
There you go. But I remember practicing, like when I first got my hands in the game. I remember being in the lab. You remember the combo that would cancel into the V trigger, and then from the V trigger you would do his super.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the crap I kept practicing over and over. Ask me to do it right now, I won't be able to. It's been so long. that I haven't done it, that I forgot. But he was fun, man. He was a lot of fun. And shout out to Red because he picked them up well too. And I'll be honest, and I've said it before. I think he's better with Ken. But
I don't know. I feel like I really think he's getting a lot better with Ryu.
well, he's been maining him more. It's kind of like me. Like I'm caught between Cammy and Ken, and I feel like I've spent more time with Cammy now than I have with Ken.
He does more dumb stuff on Ken than he does with Ryu. That's easier to punish.
That's probably what it is. But I feel like on the opposite hand, he can do more damage with Ken than he can with Ryu because he has that
Well, that's just Ken's a better character in general.
right, and he's
It doesn't
good at
make it
those
like,
combos. And he's got the combos down. Like even myself, like I feel like Red had become more efficient with the long combo with everything included, the V skill, the V trigger. I mean the V trigger and the super is what I was getting at. Like it's like I you know how much I did not want to link the SRK to it because I'd be too afraid to miss out. And you saw during my casual matches that I missed out. Like I would want more hits on the
no,
SRK.
you would just cash it out early. Um,
No,
during the
you mean
casual
late.
matches, you was just doing like the chin buster into super and shit rather than
Oh yeah,
full
that type of
combos.
stuff. Right, but that's because um, cashing out earlier is just more secure. You know what I mean? Whereas he had mastered that timing, and I have to tip my hat to the man. So, anyways,
All right.
we should proceed.
Yeah.
Let's
What do we got
go.
next?
We got Sagat next.
Yeah. The loser of the losers. This guy can't catch a break.
Guy can't.
But
You
he's
know.
out there on a journey to self-discovery, and
You know.
he's cut all ties with Shadowloo. He's his own man,
Yep.
seeking inner whatever. He's on Ryu's path.
But the thing is that when I saw this picture of him, right, and he has that like rag around him,
The
whatever you wanna
Shaw.
call it, the shawl, the rag, whatever the hell it is, it reminded me of, for whatever reason, Transformers, Megatron. Do you remember the
Oh
rise of
God.
the fallen one or whatever he had?
Yeah.
He had that crap around him. It's kind of what
Yep.
reminded me of the look.
Whenever he was already beat down and destroyed.
Uh
And
huh.
they,
Uh huh. Uh huh. That's kind of how this looked to me too. Like the man's on the
it
path
kind
of
of is. It's still kind of the same concept.
well, that's what I'm getting at. Is I feel
He's
like
on a comeback trail, right?
yeah,
Like,
but that's kind of what I'm getting at. I feel like he got that. The developers or whoever was putting it together, like watching Transformers, like, hey, that looks cool. Why don't we use that for Sagat? This is because that's how it seemed like to me, and it was around the same time frame too. So you never know.
yeah. And
They,
story wise, like he's just again, like he's just on that journey to and his end goal again is Ryu, as always.
and the funny thing is that even in the intro, he's getting the SRK.
He's getting his ass kicked.
Yeah. It just sucks for poor Sagat. But I thought he was a badass in the game.
Yeah, no, he's hella fun. They gave him they purposely gave him like his karas, like his kara cancels from some of his kicks into his uppercuts. I just could literally extend his tiger uppercut like half screen. It's crazy.
He's a
Like,
monster. He's a
yeah.
beast.
He's fun to play.
Still badass. Moving on to Sakura. Giving a fist bump.
Was kind of a joke character in this game. That
I
all it was just showing is like, hey, look, she grew up some. She's a young adult. She has a job. She works at a Japanese arcade, but she's still out there trying to kick some ass.
Yeah. I'm just surprised she didn't go after Ryu. like she always does. This time she was like bonding with Blanca and all of that. Like that
Yeah,
was
yeah.
we covered some of that
Um,
earlier.
there was still some Ryu interaction in this game, and it was kind of received the wrong way. If I remember, it was kind of funny actually, but
Really, I
yeah,
don't remember what happened.
I don't remember 100%. That's the thing but I do remember that there was some memes going around about it because she made some comments about Ryu, like, but it just was kind of taken out of context.
In what way?
Uh, I mean that it's just I don't know how to put it.
Not appropriate for the
Yeah,
stream.
just probably not too appropriate. Right.
Okay, I got you.
But it was funny.
Okay. Playstyle wise, I mean, I remember like Sosa
She's more
in a
fleshed out
tournament.
in this game than she's ever been.
Yeah, like he did pretty well with her in the first tournament that we ran for Street Fighter Five. I thought that was cool. Shout out to Sosa.
Yeah, yeah, she's
Um,
hella fun. Like
she
again, like
is.
she's more fleshed out in this than she's probably ever been.
Yeah, she's got like a whole thing going on, and she's still wearing a headband. Like that's all I gotta say. Anyways, moving on. We got Seth next. You spent some time with Seth in this
That's
game,
super fun, dude.
and the story is just funny with this.
Yeah, and yeah, Jury
The
giving
jury
him
got
a
the
female
Captain
body
Revenge.
just because he pissed her off. It was pretty great.
Well, he helped create some of Jury, if I'm not mistaken, in 4. Wasn't that the story?
Yeah, like that's kind of like where her eye
That's
or
why
whatever came from.
she
What do you
rebelled
call
because
it?
of all that.
The feng shui engine.
Yes. Which I think nobody really cared for.
Right.
But would you say you enjoyed him more in this game than the previous?
Yeah, I didn't play him much in 4.
Okay.
He was a ridiculous character in 4, but he was a completely different character in this game. Like there are hardly any similarities at all.
Well, yeah, they changed things around completely.
Yeah.
I mean, different body, different whatever, different moves too. Like he didn't have the same moves he had in 4 and 5. Like he was completely different, and you played the hell out of him. Like you did some crazy stuff with him in this game. The mechanics to him were just out there.
Yeah. Yeah, they're just he's just a lot of fun. Like his V Trigger 1 was silly because it just allowed you to like cancel any of his specials. They all had a crazy follow up, and a lot of them could just link together. So you just do insanely long combos.
Yeah.
Speaking of Sosa, what's up, brother?
Oh, the man's out there. What's up, Sosa? What's going on, man? He said, "Hell yeah!" Must have heard the shout I gave him earlier. That's what it was. So no. I'm just giving respect where it's due. That's all. So yeah, Seth is cool, but his purpose is just pretty much the same thing, from what I recall story wise. Like he's just on the same path of where he was at in 4.
Yeah, he doesn't really have much place in the story here. He's just kind of a last ditch throw in. Hey, this is the last character we're making for this game. Well, shit, no, it's not.
Let's throw this in for fun. Yeah, I feel that. I feel that. Sosa's just saying, "Hey, what's good, guys? We're good, brother. We're just chilling. We're just thank you for the thumbs up, my man. We're just we're actually coming to the end almost of a very long stream. We're just covering up the story for Street Fighter Five. So we're finishing up with the characters and stuff. Oh, is this it? Okay.
Just that little snip right there alone should give you a little bit of context of why people were like, "Whoa, wait a minute."
Wow. Okay. You know, actually, now that I'm seeing this, I do recall this. Okay. We're not going to talk about that. We're not going to get. Anything else you want to add on for South before? Nah. All right, so let's move on to Urian. I like the suit. I thought the suit looked cool, and I like the fact that you can give him back the old school, Street Fighter 3, but underwear if you want. I thought that was pretty cool. So
yeah, and it's a different code. It's not the normal costume code that is in this game to take off his default suit. It's actually the costume code for Street Fighter 3, which was light punch, medium kick, heavy punch.
So they reversed it in 5.
No, they made it the exact same thing in 5 that it was in 3, specifically for him to burn off the suit to just have the little loincloth.
Yeah, but you don't see the animation of him burning it off in 5.
Yes, you do.
He burns it off?
Yes. He sits there. He literally has a different intro. He'll throw his arms up in the air and you'll go oof and just like burn off of him.
Oh shit! I gotta go back and do it. I don't remember it. I played a little bit of him in 5. I thought he was fun actually in 5, but honestly, I never got into the character heavily. And if you notice, he does have the gem that.
He does have it. Yeah.
Yeah. We were just talking about that earlier, and because Gil has it too, so it must be something with the Illuminati.
Yeah.
Although Colleen does not have it.
No.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure she does not have it. I mean, let me see something. Hold up. Let me go back to Colleen for a quick sec.
No, she doesn't have it. I know she doesn't have it.
No, she does not have it. She does not have it. You're right. Yeah, so it's just something, I guess, probably power-wise. Something that gives them their power, perhaps.
Yeah.
But he had a big role in 5, if I remember, like story-wise. Like he and Colleen were trying to.
Well, they're the ones that kind of, led getting Nash revived under order, mind you,
Yes.
to kind of like use him as a tool on a front for Bison, and she was trying to collect fighters herself. I don't know if she was trying to get the keys herself. I don't remember. But I know that they were like a third party trying to get involved, the Illuminati, in getting in and taking down Bison, and resurrecting Charlie was kind of like one of their weapons to do that.
Yeah. And playability wise, I thought
he was a monster for the longest time.
I love that.
At one point in time, they kind of hurt him a bit because they made his EX headbutt used to be a reversal, right? It was like an EXDP, yeah, right? Like it had just tons of iframes.
Okay.
And they removed that. It was no longer like a DP status. But in doing so, they buffed a couple other little things, so it was kind of like a lateral move.
So they evened him out.
But he's another character that he is, make or break with the V trigger, right? With the mirrors.
Yeah.
If you know how to use the mirrors, he's freaking S tier. If you don't, he's kind of garbage.
Well, that's the same way he was in 3. It was dependent on the mirror.
Yeah. But it's a lot more so in this game.
Yeah, I would imagine. Yeah. All right. feeling the burnout already.
Oh
We're
yeah.
like, we're on our
What
way.
else we
Like,
got?
we got Vega.
Oh right, Vega.
Yeah, he was in this one.
Yeah. Vega was kind of interesting because he didn't have a whole lot of story. His most memorable part of the story, like I mean, he was obviously just another lackey for Shadowloo still,
Yeah, he's from Bison.
but like the most memorable thing for him, I think, was at the end of like the Shadows Fall, was just him standing on top of like the wall, looking down into the Shadowloo base. It was like, well, I guess that's done, and turning around and leaving. You know, it was like, man, is this like literally the end of Vega? Is this the last we're going to see of him, or are they going to try to do something with him? Because his entire existence was bound to Shadowloo, right?
Yeah, yeah. He was like the number two since Sagat left, technically.
No, number two was Fawn.
Fawn was self-proclaimed number two. He
No,
wasn't the
he was number two, dude. He's literally in the freaking, like there's the stage that has the statues and Fong's faces. They're next to Bison.
I always thought that he was just self-proclaimed. I never thought.
No.
So he really got the number two spot.
Yeah, he really was the number two. Yeah, he wasn't just talking shit. It was.
See,
He really was.
I thought he was talking shit. Okay. Because going back with the old hierarchy. It's Bison, Sagat, Vega, Balrog out of the four. So I would have thought Vega moved up in the ranks. I'm surprised, if Sosa's still out there. I'm surprised like Sosa didn't pick up Vega in 5 because he plays a mean Vega in like Street Fighter 2.
Vega doesn't play nothing like he does in any other game in here. Not even close.
That's true too, actually. I never got into.
I mean, he's not even a charge character anymore.
Say what now?
He's not even a charge character anymore.
Oh, so what they did to him, like what they did with Charlie?
Yes.
Really?
Yep. Like his wall bounces and shit are all DP motions.
Oh wow! I gotta try him out then. I didn't know that. See, that's the problem. Like what we were talking about Blanca, like offline, like not on the stream. Like I was like, oh, how do you do that super or whatever? And while I was playing the casual matches the other night, I was trying to go back and forth. I was charging.
Oh, like back forward. Yeah, no, it's literally just double fireball.
And I'm like, why is this not working? Because I kept trying it over and over and over.
The Honda's is the same way, but for some reason, Guile's is still a charge motion.
Right. Then that's kind of why my thought process was there because I know I tried.
I think he has the only charge super in the game though.
Really? Okay.
Yep.
Interesting. Well, one of these days, I guess I'll have to try out Vega, and we'll see. It's kind of sad though, like it's truly an end to an era. We're saying goodbye to Street Fighter V tonight.
Yeah, see, Sosa Vega is 100% my main Street Fighter 2 character.
Oh, that's a good suggestion. He said we should start uploading these to Spotify, Apple Music, and stuff. We could.
Yeah.
These are really like
podcast.
It's true. It's a podcast.
I mean, there's a lot of visual representation to some of this, but you don't actually need it, I guess.
No. By the way, for the Street Fighter 4 podcast that we did, that we had the copyright strike. I actually removed that audio clip of that song.
Oh, okay.
It came out nice. What happened was, the next melody that builds up during the middle of the intro, that's where it picks up from. So if you're watching that like back, it doesn't look so bad. It just cuts straight into like the scene where Kuma and Goken fight, and that just so happens to be where the next music builds up. So if you were watching it, it's like you wouldn't even know unless you're a true fan of Street Fighter 4, you knew, what was really going on. Only then you'd realize it. So yeah. You see, Sosa said Vega is my 100%, my main man for Street Fighter 2. So I know my homeboy. Shout out to Sosa.
All right, moving on. What do we got? Zangief.
So yeah, how'd you know? How'd you know? How'd you know?
There's not much left, man. I think that's
And then
it.
we
That's
got
it.
one more character after that.
Wait, what?
Rush. Yeah, we got one more character after Zangief.
Oh, Zeku. Holy shit.
Yes. And I know you're a fan, so we'll get to him. And
Yeah, I
that's
love
it.
Zeku.
And the Russian wrestling is always number one.
Hey, for once, this guy wasn't a joke, right? He actually.
He's badass in this game, man.
No, he's not. He's
You play him like
he's terrible.
Play him like badass.
No, he's still a terrible character. They took away Green Hand and it crapped all over his offense.
They did take away that, but in defense, they gave him. You know what they did was they gave him that helicopter bullshit, the V skill.
Oh, the V trigger, yeah.
The V trigger, yeah. That's what I meant. You know what he's doing, the helicopter trying to suck you in. I remember first time players, they were like, well, okay, let me just do this. And then when they figured it out, it was like, ha ha ha. It was kind of funny. Anyway, go ahead, because I know you have more experience playing with him.
Well, no, I was just saying, like, story-wise, he finally wasn't a joke character, because, like, he was there through most of, like, the, you know, whenever they stormed Shadowloo and everything.
Yeah.
You know, like, he was there literally just murdering these poor Shadowloo minions. It was actually kind of funny to watch.
That reminds me of Street Fighter the movie for some reason. Like, wait, you got paid?
Yeah.
Oh man, you know, if I can finally get around to doing the Street Fighter Tuesday stuff that we talk about, man, that's what I'm going to end up doing. Is just have a bunch of these type of clips, like all over the place, and just like play them throughout. Like if something happens, I'm going to play one of these clips or whatever, you know.
But playability wise, the guy is a 50-50 monster. You get caught with either like the headbutt combo into lariat, he's like standing on top of you, or if you get caught with a heavy SPD and he's just standing on top of you, it's a strike throw mix up. If you jump and he strikes, you're getting hit with that headbutt. If you stay on the ground and try to block and get SPD'd, you're just right back in it. You just have to sit there and try to guess again. And if you guess wrong 2 or 3 times, you're dead. It's really that simple.
Yeah. Sosa's saying he doesn't think Zangief can magic throw in Street Fighter V. And then he says, no, joking.
I think he's talking about a trick in Street Fighter 2 with Gief.
Well, Gief had that thing where he can jump in. He can draw you in to get the SPDs out. You know, like you can do a sick crossover into the SPD. Like I'm not a Gief player at all, so I can't speak on how it's done, but I can tell you it's been done to me. Nothing can tell you. So I kind of have an idea what he's talking about, and it's like in Street Fighter 2, it's like you'll be in a corner and Gief is just coming at you with like I think it's like a crouching medium or a crouching heavy kick, and it's like just to get to you, just to get close to you, and then while that animation is actually occurring, he's buffering the SPD, and that's what he means by a magic throw. I'm fairly confident because it's kind of like it comes out of nowhere, and it's like you're blocking that, you're trying to DP, you're trying to do anything, you're gonna get grabbed. There's nothing you can do. Like within range, there's nothing you can do. SPD is coming for you. You know, I think that's the fact
I think he can grab lift limbs too.
Yeah.
So he's got like a little bit extra, more range than you expect. He's like fucking quarter screen and just SPD'd me because I threw out a freaking standing heavy kick and he grabbed my foot.
Yeah. So we'll see where that goes, man.
Probably going to be a monster in Street Fighter 6. Hopefully he doesn't get pooped on again.
Can you imagine? Yeah, I'm actually expecting him to get pooped on because think about it. He's got the freaking that new drive.
Well, he's got drive rush. I get that, but
so imagine
it's a little slower. Like it's still kind of fast, but it still seems a little slower than most people's drive rush. So it might be reactable. I guess we'll find out.
Yeah, we'll see. I like the way they drew him. I like the way he looks. He
Yeah,
really does have
he
like
looks really good.
a Russian type of face. So,
And he's got that little bit of body fat, but if he flexes, you can see the muscles come out underneath again. You know.
And I think that's how he was originally intended. Like that's how he should look. And it's funny with the appearance. Oh, well, hold up. So I think saying something else.
Yeah, you can SPD from across the screen from a block, like I was saying.
Yeah, you can't. Yeah, I knew that too. But damn.
All right. Let's get to this last one and get this wrapped up.
Let's go. I'm with you. Let's not hit 5 hours. Zeku. I like the fact that he can warp to a skin that looks like Strider Hiryu. I'll leave it at that and let you take the rest.
Well,
That's it.
So he is the creator. He is the original Strider. I mean, his old man form, right? So his story in this is basically after being defeated by Guy, he decided to make a new style. Right.
Okay.
And hence his old man style. He's got all the kicks and stuff that leave like the blade traces behind it, kind of like Strider does whenever he swings his sword, right? And throughout, like even in his own storyline, he's trying to come up with a name for it, and he's spitting all these things out, and one of them is just Strider.
Oh shit! I didn't know that. Okay.
Yeah. So his younger form is his old Bushinryu. His older form is the new style that he created that he's looking to name Strider. He is the original Strider. Because we all know like Strider, the storyline for Strider takes place far into the future, right?
Yep, he does.
So yeah, this is the origins of Strider is sitting right here in front of you, old man Zeku.
Damn. Okay.
Which puts Strider in the same universe as Street Fighter.
Well, they were going to release a game where they were going to have all of them together at one point, and that got scrapped. They were going to have a 3D version of Strider, kind of like imagine Strider in Street Fighter V.
Right.
Maybe that's where they got the concept from or the idea from for Zeku. It's a possibility. But they were going to do this game where they had Hagar, they had Ryu, they had Morrigan, they had Strider, from what I recall. I forgot what it was called.
Marvel Super Marvel vs. Capcom 3?
No.
I mean, did you basically just
No.
We're out of fucking half the cast of MVC3. I'm just saying.
Yeah, no. This was an independent. This was going to be like its own thing. Oh my god, what the hell was it called? It's going to burn me inside out. Like I got the images of the stuff that I saw in front of me. Like I'm visualizing it in my mind right now, and I can't remember what it was called for the life of me. It's gonna burn me inside out right now, trying to figure it out. You know, like, oh, that's gonna be crazy. Have a good night, Sosa. Thanks for swinging by, brother. Appreciate your support, man.
Yeah, take care, Sosa, man.
But yo, that's that was gonna be like one thing. So, like I said, like that may be why they brought this guy in here. They gave it a new twist.
I just thought it was cool that
cool.
like this is the one scenario of them throwing a character into this game that really doesn't have any story to be told in this Street Fighter universe, but they threw in that little Easter egg that makes you go, oh shit.
Like possibility.
Well, because like he's the first Strider.
Yeah.
Right? Like that's just sick to think of. It was like, so you know, they literally created lore with that one word. Whenever he was sitting there trying to figure out a name for his new style that he created, and he just says Strider, and it was like, oh, that makes sense.
Yeah, because Strider Hiryu he's real. He's just Hiryu technically. They just call him Strider
Yeah.
Hiryu because of what he's.
Yeah. No, he is a Strider. There's
Yeah.
Strider,
But
Hayu, whatever.
Hein,
Strider Hein, whatever the other one was.
Hein, yeah.
Yeah.
That's true. That's kind of what I'm saying. Like he's the other one's just Hiryu, and that's Hein.
Now remember what his do you remember what his V skill 2 is?
He switches to. He looks like Strider.
No, that's just a move. That's not his V system at all.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that.
So like his V skill 1 is an attack in both forms that transforms, right? His V skill 2, he sends a bird across the screen in one form that drops the firecracker. The other form, it's like a mongoose that runs across the screen and like does a little jump kick.
Oh man, that's too many references. Okay.
Yeah.
Damn.
So he's
one of my favorite characters.
He's essentially like building like the root of the entire Strider concept in this one character. Like it's really cool.
That's pretty cool, yeah.
Like even the sound, like whenever he does the kicks, it has that shing.
Oh man,
sound effect to it.
That's pretty sick. Well, I'm going to say some things in closing, and then I'm pretty sure you may want to say something too. So I'm going to bring it back to a close with Street Fighter V. Unless there's something else you want to add on for Zeku before I...
No, we're good, brother.
I just want to give thanks, actually, or say thanks to Yoshirino Ono, actually. Because, he brought back the whole thing with Street Fighter 4. He never did that. We would not have 4. We would not have 5. We probably wouldn't even have 6 if not for that man. So, in a big way, this guy was the producer behind it all and stuff. And I'm just happy I got to meet the man. I got to see him. And he had such a positive energy. He was always happy to see fans and stuff.
Yeah, he's bubbly. He's a very bubbly
a very bubbly guy. They should have kept him, even though whatever happened, they should have kept the man around.
Yeah, I mean, he had issues as a director, but I think as a like a face for Capcom fighting games, you couldn't get much better than that. He
grew. Like you saw him, you knew that was Street Fighter. Like that's just how it is. It's like you look at Arcade 1-Up, right? You see John D, you know that's Arcade 1-Up.
Well, I mean, you see Ed Boon, it's Mortal Kombat, right?
Right.
That's just
right. That's just how it is. So like you saw Yoshirino Ono, you think, all right, that's Street Fighter. You know what I mean? Like that's how it was. So I don't know what the man's doing with himself now. Actually, I don't know what happened. Like maybe he's living the sweet life and just chilling now.
I mean, I'm sure he could have retired by now, right?
Probably with that
on his exit out of the company.
I think he did good
just retired.
I think he did good with Street Fighter 5 too. I think it was good. An end to an era. Like my good friend Utility Man would say. That was his slogan for the tournament. When we had the final challengers that came out to play. Anything you want to add to this thing for Street Fighter 5 before we hit the 5-hour mark?
No, I think we're good. I like the original slogan for this game was Rise Up.
Yeah, right? That was cool.
That was cool. I remember the initial videos for that were all like it was really good stuff.
It was.
I might put something together with that just as a kind of a send off since I didn't really get to do what I wanted to do for the tournament. So I
like what you were doing actually. I thought that was a cool video.
Oh, are you talking about just the concept clip of
Yeah. If you did want to finish it or whatever, as like you don't have to
That's some work. It's some work.
Well, yeah, the animations alone. So yeah,
Just the masking on the character,
Oh.
but it works really well with the what do you call that? Like the cartoon looking filter.
Yeah, that's the thing you were showing me the other day. I remember. The details and everything. That was the cool thing with this game. That you could do all that type of stuff. There's a lot of cool things. I want this Street Fighter 5.
Shade, the shade. What do you call it? Why is the name escaping me?
It's gonna drive you nuts now.
Yeah.
You need a minute, or
I'm just trying to remember what the hell it was called. But it's fine. Go ahead.
Well,
cell shade. Yeah, cell shade. That's what it is. Cell shaded. Cell shaded.
There you go. You got it. You got it. You got it. Well, we do have some viewers out there that are listening and watching, so thank you guys for sticking through for this long stream. I know BloodTide and I are gonna really get some good sleep right now.
Yeah, I'm over it.
Oh, me too. Thank you for being here tonight and for sticking through and making it happen.
Yes, sir.
And shout out to Utility Man for uploading those clips. Thank you for your help with that, and shout out to WebHead as well for helping out with the thumbnail, putting that piece together.
Logo. Yeah, they have the thumbnails.
Love his artwork. Does great. So yeah, thanks everyone. Have a wonderful evening, and BT, stick around for a minute after I end it.
Yeah.
But let me kill it now. So have a good one.
Take care, everybody.